Sam just said.
I don't
You're
know
talking
either.
about peanut butter in wholesome ways. Today's episode brought to you by peanut butter.
Greatest treat.
Make it a
Right.
lube.
Don't let the kids watch this episode.
I'm not. I don't even like peanut butter.
So, how's everyone doing?
You're good.
Fantastic.
Feeling
I'm
good?
not sick anymore.
Yeah. I did feel a little bad last week after our Hot Ones challenge. The allergy swooped in and started kicking my throat.
I like to kick throats.
But it's been a couple weeks. Who feels like trying to do some recaption for a point of inspiration? I'm pretty sure Rogar used his inspiration.
I can always do it.
Got mine.
We were in the town. There we were, preparing for our next adventure.
Lucky.
We grabbed a bowl with jams. We got a dress. I don't think we did shit else. We just kind of wandered around and told people what we were doing, and then we kidnapped that lady again. That lady's name?
Gertruda?
Yeah, Gertruda, the one that can't think right.
Yeah. Mad Mary's missing daughter.
Yeah, we took her again, because she's just been roaming around wreaking havoc. Taking kids camping in the woods. Nonsense. That was about it, and then we left. Used a rope on her, tied her to the wagon. We were riding. We were expecting the usual butterflies, nice breezes, chilly afternoon, relaxing wagon ride across Barovia. It didn't go that way. We ran into Butt Cheese and his friends. And by Butt Cheese, I mean not him. Luvash. Luvash was the one. We ran into him. He had convinced Mist's old berserker friends that he apparently was cooler than us and that they should all hang out. And they were like, sure, we're dumb and useless. Let's do this. Then they hit me in the chest with a spear. I wasn't having it. So we fought for a long time. I got hit by a finger of death a lot.
And survived it multiple times.
But I killed him with a crit and a smite and another spell that was on my axe. A lot. Blew him up. Grim was running around in a dark circle like he likes to do. Just teleporting and boofing all over the place. I believe the rest of them killed all the baddies that were around. I just wanted to fight old Luvash. We rested. We looted a bit. I think we got another vial of poison that was like a normal poison, not ridiculous poison, death mechanic.
Yep.
We finally went over to the hanging people that Jason has seen 500 times in a row of us traveling and not said anything. We went ahead and cut down the Burger King and the Burger Queen. Put them in their rightful resting place. The air fryer in the ground. Got back on our stuff. Now we're going to Gidget Chocket. Drop off the dress.
Did you say kids with chocolate?
It's chocolate.
Gidget Chocolate.
Ugh. Yeah, that's pretty much it. You just arrived to Kidji Chocket. You're at the gate. But yeah, during that fight, a lot of those berserkers just like got up and missed space. She got hit a lot, But she did some good dodging too. She survived. Grim did his best to keep Gertruda safe, and then did a sweet like wall of ice that separated some of the berserkers from Mist and from Rogar. Killed a couple of them in the process.
That was life-saving.
Yeah, Jason did what he did and ran around everywhere, just kicking and punching, ripping and tearing.
The ripping and the tearing. Change the name of the episode.
Peanut buttery smell in the air.
The ripping and the tearing with the Morning Lord.
But yeah, Luvash, you deduced that Luvash took a trip to the Amber Temple, got himself a fancy new gift to try to get revenge on Rogar for the brutal murder of his brother Aragol.
And the whole camp.
And the whole camp.
I burned them all alive. They're all dead.
You did burn them all alive.
One day
Almost
these people are going to
succeeding,
learn.
So now, you're at the gate of the village of Kresk.
Kids with chocolate.
The day is yours.
I'm riding on up to the gate. I assume I'm still in the lead on my own horse. They're all in the wagon.
I think I'm leading our wagon while Graham entertains Gertruda.
Gertruda's just sitting there looking at the trees. Oh, what kind of bird is that?
Dead bird.
It's a dead bird?
Yep.
No. Look at it. It's moving.
Oh, I'm looking at it.
Pretty bird, pretty bird.
You approach the gate. The guards. Hello? What's your business today?
Hey. Delivering a package.
To the Burgomeister?
Oh.
To whom?
To the Abbey!
The Abbey.
I don't know, is that what they fucking call him?
The Abbey is where he is. He is the abbot.
Oh, he's Abbott.
Abbott at the Abbey.
Oh, very well. Open the gate.
Open the gate!
A few seconds pass, the gate begins to open, and you now are able to enter the town. Not much has changed. Still people walking about, doing their chores. There are no markets. Just a big commune of frightened, peaceful hippies that are afraid of a vampire meister.
Do we want to take a detour and visit the cemetery on our way up to the mountain?
It's on our way already, isn't it? Isn't it like right before we get there?
The cemetery, if I'm not mistaken, is actually on the top of the mountain.
Never mind, I wouldn't say that then.
Did we want to go look at the statue again? Grim, I know that's your favorite spot in this town.
Ah, yes. If there's any time, wouldn't mind. You know, the fountain has regenerative powers. Maybe we have Gertruda take a sip. The fountain.
I mean, I could use
Oh.
that
Maybe
as
a-
well.
Maybe a face wash.
Really want to go to that pond.
I think you really want to visit that statue again.
Did you see him hug it last time?
Dude, he hugged and held on for so long.
It was like, that was a long hug. Not just like a normal hug. That was like a second or two too long hug.
Yeah, it was real weird.
Listen, it was just a standard business hug.
You think he'd get upset if I hugged it too?
Oh, you should go hug it first.
Yeah, I'll like kind of nuzzle him out of the way and run up to it.
I am clopping in the direction of the pond. Want to
Yeah.
see if it'll heal me some.
I imagine you've all just been slowly making your way through the town, quietly having this conversation.
Rogar would have killed us so long ago without that blood pact.
Gertrude every once in a while. What are they doing?
They're dead.
They're not dead, you silly goose. Look at them go.
Oh, I'm looking. I'm not even paying attention.
Is she referring to us in the back or the people in the town?
Random people that you guys pass by that look like they're gardening or something. Some time passes. You make it to the pool and the shrine. Looks the same as when you left it. Nice full pond. A gazebo with a well-carved solid oak wooden statue of the Morning Lord.
As soon as he makes a move for the statue, I run up before him and hug it.
Well, I'm gonna start by talking to Gertruda. You need to splash some of this water on your face. It may give you good fortune.
Ooh, like money?
Possibly. Everybody else, look at Rogar. He's enjoying the water himself.
I have my gem encrusted bowl out, and I'm just like scooping water out of it and taking a drink.
You feel, you feel like it's got some restoration capabilities as you're drinking it. You being familiar with this type of magic would know that it'd be the benefits of a lesser restoration spell. So it's not really doing anything for you, but it does feel nice and warm.
I look at everybody
And
else and say, this is fucking useless.
Once Gertruda's like drinking or splashing on her, I'm just gonna pretend like I'm looking around, slowly walk over there, and then about that's probably when Jason does his thing.
I'll do that tight type of hug where I lean in with my hips, make it obvious.
Oh, didn't realize you were a fan of the Morning Lord.
Oh, absolutely. Morning is the best time of day.
I see. Well, I will give you some privacy. I will come back a little bit later.
Oh, no, you're fine. I'm done. I'll slap it on the ass and walk away.
That just happened in front of you, Grim.
I'm gonna wait till Jason walks away a bit. Take out a rag and clean it off and talk to the statue a bit. Pretend like it's my father. So then we went through the forest and we had this fight. Lasted a long time. Anyways, I should be going now. Then I give it a hug as I part ways.
You could almost swear that you feel his arms wrap around you. You look up, the arms are still up high. It's a nice feeling.
Just walk back smiling. What a great, wonderful day.
Miss is just in the car eating peanut butter.
I'll give her a few moments before we go back to the wagon.
Okay. Do you all start to make your way up the mountain towards the abbey?
And I,
Abbey Road.
I assume the water does nothing for Gertruda. Since,
It does nothing.
yeah.
Not even heal a scrape. Paper
What the-
cut.
laceration do? It just does like little things.
It is it cures blinded, deafened, paralyzed, and poisoned.
Okay,
Conditions.
so like just like the simple physical conditions.
Mhm.
Hey, what are we gonna do if we heal her and she's even dumber?
It can't be dumber, right?
Like, what if this spell is some sort of like intelligence spell she's under?
We
Then
could banish her to another realm, maybe?
no, I mean we'll just give it to Ismark and Irina still.
I mean, it's worked so far.
I had planned on bringing any lost orphan children I found back to Ismark and Irina.
I mean, if it does make her more crazy, when we return her to her mother, Mad Mary, like she sounds crazy. Like the crazy just might meld together better. She'll be fine.
Here's hoping, I guess. We'll head up the mountain.
All right. You take Mulan and the wagon, the other two horses up the road. No one's bothering you, no one's stopping you. Some time passes and you get up to the top.
Are our mongrel friends still guarding?
You look up and they looks like they might just be sitting up there. You know, the last time you were here, they were asleep.
I just walk on by.
You open the door and it makes a loud screeching noise, and you just hear, "Ow! Hi! Welcome back.
Hey,
You need anything?"
why don't you take this dress, boss?
Oh, he was very clear that he didn't want us touching that dress. He's
Yep.
back where you found him the first time.
All right.
Is your condition like infectious through touch?
I don't know. I
All
don't
right.
think so. You want
What do you,
to see?
I don't mind. No,
I
I'm
want
kidding.
to see.
Just walks down the stairs and pokes you in the shoulder. Looks at you.
I'm gonna start mumbling an infernal, like so nobody can hear it, and just be like, "No!" Ooh, as smoke starts coming out. I'm like, "Oh, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Oh no!
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm fine. I'm fine. I could do that already."
You scared me!
You're funny. I like you.
Yeah.
Why do you think that he didn't want you to touch this dress?
Probably because my hands are dirty.
That makes sense.
Hopefully the infernal smoke didn't get all over it. Ooh.
I mean, it's in a box.
Oh.
I'm also covering, like, I'm carrying it covered in blood from exploded people from earlier in the day. So,
Fair. Fair.
Didn't wash up at the fountain?
oh. Dress first or grave first?
Let's
Right there.
Yeah, the grave is just right over here to the right when you walk in.
let's go ahead and deliver the dress, so we don't want it to get dirty if we have to do anything else.
I mean, we could just split up. I can take Gertruda inside.
Well, that'll work. I'll hop off and start heading to the cemetery.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go with Jason.
I'll go with the dress.
It's
Okay.
the dress.
Well, you have to say yes to it, so.
We will start with Mist and Jason.
I'm like snapping and whistling at Gertruda over and over again because I assume she keeps getting distracted. So I'm just treating her like a dog to stay with me. I'm
Yeah,
like,
no,
hey,
she's
come here.
and
Hey, hey.
she is enthralled with these two mongrel folk. Like, are you a dog?
No, they're dead. Come along.
Look, look.
What a jokester, Sebastian. Okay, so the graveyard. Stunted pine trees grow out of the rocky earth in the graveyard near the foundation of the Abbey's north wing. The windows of the structure are cracked panes of leaded glass. Ancient gravestones burst from a thin crust of snow in the yard. Beyond the low wall that surrounds the graveyard, the ground falls away. The village lies 400 feet below, and the view is breathtaking. So now I assume you're just walking through the graves, searching whatever you're trying to find.
Jesus, Gratuita is just exhausting.
I mean, that's why I had to talk to Grim most of the time, but lucky bastard, I think he has that silence spell where he just cast it on himself.
Wonder what she's gonna be like if she gets healed and is all better.
What if she's like Rogar 2.0? She's just bloodthirsty. Wouldn't that be a shocker?
I would prefer it, actually. That way she could tell Grim everybody's dead. That'd be kind of fun.
Oh, that'd be good. That'd be good. I like that.
Or just walking through the graveyard looking for someplace to stick this holy symbol, the Morning Lord.
Believe so. I am double checking because I don't remember all the details of that.
I want to look at the names on graves just as we're passing, see if any names pop out in particular.
So many boinky bots.
Just all the weird mongrel names buried here.
You're walking through, you see these seem to be like the names of long dead priests and nuns. You see Brother Mertek, Brother Valen, Sister Constance, Sister Lenora. Nothing that really jumps at
Okay.
you as familiar, but they all seem to be priests or nuns, things of that nature.
Is there like a most recent grave? Since this guy's been the abbot and he kind of seems like he's been alive for a while.
Roll an investigation check.
Investigation, first roll.
What happened to your voice?
I don't know. Oh, it's also no, I think it's inside that I get that non-investigation. So 8!
You're going through each one, trying to see if any of them look newer or older than the others. It just takes a long time. You're just being very thorough and maybe too thorough. But eventually, you two make your way around to the bottom where you see a grave marked just with an X, no name.
This one's kind of weird. This where Star needs to go?
I don't know.
X marks a spot.
Oh, I'm a
That'd be-
liar. I'm a liar. It's X, and then engraved beneath the indentation of the X is the name Petrovna. You see
Did-
array of
Did I happen to hear her name at all when it spoke to me when I had the holy symbol?
let me double check. That's what I was trying to pull up. The exact words.
X like she died on like year 10, maybe? I don't know
Or
what
do you
year it
think
is.
like X is gonna give it to you, or
I think it's that one. And we look closely and we see there's a faded D and M in front of the X.
Mhm.
this is the weirdest headstone I've ever seen?
Oh my god. Where was it? Apologies. Trying to remember what crypt it was in that you found that.
It was later on. I think it was one of them near the central aisle.
Yeah. That's not it.
Oh.
There was the one with the poison darts. It wasn't the one with the poison darts. I don't think. Now you guys got a thigh bone out of that one.
Yeah.
Connected to the knee bone.
Is there a way you can search through the documents? Like, is there a search bar somewhere where you can type in the item name and it'll pull up the text that matches it?
And the text was like in the paragraph. It wasn't like a separate. I don't think it was in a handout. Let me make sure though. No, them zombies.
I'll tell you, my coffee's spicy.
You got that spicy coffee?
I got spicy coffee today.
Spicy coffee. What is that? Got like pepper in it?
Yeah, I think it has like cayenne in it or
Ooh.
paprika.
I
The
said that
spicy
one.
mocha. It's very good.
I've been drinking nothing but pumpkin since it's back in stock.
True.
Gotta get that pumpkin.
What kind of coffee did you get me?
I don't remember.
Oh, it was strong. Like not strong, like as in it tasted strong. I'm buzzing right now.
Vibin'.
I'm caffeine buzzing.
I think all their coffees do like a bunch of espresso shots in them.
Ah, okay. I also drank it within about 3 minutes, which is my problem. But I just have a drink problem, as Trey knows. That orange juice lasted almost 5 days in our house, though.
5 days.
See? I know how to control myself. It's so hot.
Yeah, it's hot too.
Feel nice.
There we
What?
go. Sleeves are rolled up to put my cigarettes in now.
Ah! Gosh dang it.
Nice full day.
You think
Walking-
he lost his mind up in here with the way they made that X in there?
I mean, I thought he lost his mind as soon as we met him. But maybe that's just how he is. I think he and Gertruda would make a lovely couple.
Oh my god, I can't freaking find it. Hold on.
So anyways, there I was, swinging my axe. I blew that guy up.
Let me ask you something.
Oh, I should have said that. That would have been a good one.
Kiss my shiny metal axe. Good one.
Oh.
What about Kiss My Shiny Metal Axe?
Yeah.
That's why it took you so long to find the grave.
When's that new Futurama gonna start up?
I just pop my head right into this window and say that. Oh,
Hey,
I-
if we take our time in the cemetery, we don't have to go up there to see Gertruda or that weird doll thing the abbot made.
I don't, I don't know why, but I do not like him. I know, I don't know why, I just don't. It is really weird.
I don't like when people's plans involve making somebody else do something instead of them doing it itself. I mean, he may be powerful, but he should have stepped up and tried. But if this is all he can do, it's all he can do, I guess. But
I mean, he's super strong. I mean, he'd be better if he just, like, came with us to the castle and fought probably with us, right?
I don't know at this point. Everything.
He has to be more used than Van Richten.
Yeah, I bet he. You think Van Richten's already got kidnapped again? I mean, he's due.
I mean, he's supposed to be this famous vampire killer, yet he kind of sucks.
You know, we only heard that he was a famous vampire killer from him.
Oh, that's true.
I mean, I could say, yeah, I'm a famous vampire killer as well.
I mean, we'd probably have killed just as many.
Yeah, he's gotten kidnapped like 1,000 more times than we've had.
I don't know how he stayed alive this long. I really don't.
Not by vampires, though.
Dude, that tiger was badass, though.
Oh, Pickles. I'm sad now. In and out of game.
You've heard the name Petrovna. You know that the lady of Kresk's name is Petrovna, but it's a different first name. So you get the sense that it's a descendant or an ancestor, rather. But I can't freaking find the place where you found this holy symbol to give you exactly what it said.
Is there a relief to where I could stick this holy symbol in the headstone?
It didn't come from the parents' tomb, right? Strahd's parents' tomb?
No.
Okay, just making sure.
No. There wasn't anything in there except for them. It was one of the crypts, but...
I was thinking it was like the first one on the right as we entered that room.
I thought so too. I looked at that one, and that was the one with, like, I don't know.
Well, you thought wrong.
I'm probably just skimming too fast, and I don't want to take up any more time trying to find it.
I think this was the session where I blacked out for a little bit, so...
It was. I probably copy and pasted it somewhere, but that's ages ago. But anyway, yes, there does appear to be an indentation where you could place this holy symbol.
Then I will stick this holy symbol there.
Okay. You take the holy symbol, you place it into the indentation. A cold gust of wind kind of blows past both of you. And you look at where you place the symbol, and all of a sudden, both the holy symbol and the indentation vanish. And then a ray of golden sunlight breaks through the clouds to the west and shines upon the grave. The fog and the gloom shrink from its brilliance as the sunlight causes the gravestone to crack and crumble, revealing a ring within.
I'll go ahead and pick it up. Anything happen when I pick it up?
It definitely feels like a very magical ring. You don't know of what nature, but it is a bronze ring, and in it, it looks like almost like just branches that go around then, and you can see green little leaves, very small.
Sweet. I'll stick it on my finger and I guess we'll slowly make our way back up to the abbot.
Do you know what that does?
No, not yet. I'll study it. Maybe on our way back. Surely all of our travel can't be rough.
I mean, surely we'll do for some butterflies now.
Hey, so what the hell happened? Our berserkers turned against us just for our cows?
I really just don't want to talk about it. really upset. It seems like Luvash took our cows and took our berserker friends. And just I feel like next time if we run into berserkers, just if you can, maybe break out a giant weasel or something, a badger. I don't know.
I believe I'm gonna have to take the Rogar stance on our berserkers. Fuck them.
I never saw that gladiator one before though. He was massive.
That's true. Well, you won't see him again.
I know. I feel bad. They were kind of like little puppies almost. Sweet, innocent, and dumb. Just gotta train them the right way.
It was awful dumb because we handled like 11 of them without too much trouble.
I don't know. Just gonna have to be cautious from now on.
Yeah, let's make our way back up, I guess.
The Grim and Jason. No, Grim and Rogar.
I'm everywhere.
You go through the gate. I imagine you're not stopping to talk to any of the mongrel folk, just going straight in.
Yeah, I don't give a shit.
You enter the building, and you see Vizilka, the flesh golem, sitting at the table, and next to her is the abbot. Seems like he's enjoying a nice stew. And he looks
Hey.
up and... Oh, well, hello. You two look like you've seen action.
Yeah. Here.
You walk up and place the box on the table.
Yeah.
Already? Have you brought me what I've asked for? Oh, it's beautiful. Absolutely wondrous. You must tell me who made this.
I don't know.
Oh, God, you need to get names. You need to network. Come, Vasilka, let's try this on. He takes Vasilka back to another room, and then comes back, does not accompany her, lets her change herself. So, what do you plan to do now?
I don't know. Gonna send that thing to Strahd.
Well, I was rather hoping that you would escort Vasilka to the castle yourselves.
Yeah.
Be like a peace offering, and also, maybe in best case scenario, you'll break the curse, give him his love back, and then escape this place.
Sure.
If you'd like, though, I can accompany you as well. Sometimes Vasilka can get a little angsty if too stressed.
Hey, listen. We got this girl here. Can you fix her?
Fix her how?
He's not well. In the head.
Come, child. Let me have a look at you. Me? Yes. Okay. Did you ever untie her?
You know, would have to get her out of the wagon, because she was tied to the wagon.
Yeah, that's all it was. I tied it like a seat belt.
Gotcha,
We probably would have untied her from the wagon, but left her tied up.
She's got like a belt of ropes on.
It's probably not even tied. It's probably loosely draped around her just to...
She's probably just holding it like, I got a rope. Yes, she's holding the rope. That's what she's doing. Hmm. Tell me more about what you believe her condition is. She seems fine to me.
We found her in the castle, Strahd's castle. She was not seeing things that were there that weren't, and she seemed to be thinking she was in a safe place and seems to not have her memories quite right. Doesn't quite remember people that remember her.
Hmm.
Her mind's vacant. I tried a lesser restoration and it didn't work. So it'd need to be something higher.
I see. Well, it never hurts to try. Puts his hand on her forehead, and you see this. Are you gonna stop him,
Yeah.
Grim, or are you just letting him do it?
No, I was just going to make a remark. Can you take her higher to a place where blind men see?
We're gonna have a rough trip back to town.
One could argue that this is that place.
Perfect.
And then you see some radiant energy come out of his hand onto her forehead, and her eyes kind of lull into the back of her head for a bit. The spell stops, and she. Oh my god. I need to get home.
Where is home?
The village of Barovia. My mother must be worried sick. She never wanted me to leave, so I left, and then, oh my god. What have I done?
What
Yeah.
did you do?
Chill out. We'll get you there.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, I don't care. Anyways, so you're coming with us to take the bride, castle.
I think I ought to. In case something terrible happens, I can calm her emotions.
You're
Sure.
not going to get yourself kidnapped, are you?
I don't go anywhere I don't want to go.
Good, good.
Do you have means of transport?
I'm sure I can get a wagon from the burgomaster down the way.
Alright. Want to go, like, right there?
Makes no difference to me. Do you have other things you need to get done before you get to the castle?
Got some people we might want to pick up. But outside of that, no.
Well, if you prefer, we can travel on ahead and meet you outside of the castle. Or
Oh,
somewhere you want to meet instead.
I'm gonna on pull Rogar. I said, why don't we just take the direct path there?
the direct path goes to Valaki, but we want to pick up our Master
Ah,
Vampire Slayer.
I had inscribed something in the teleport room with the gems. Remember? We
Sure.
can go directly there.
We want to assemble the people gathered.
I'm just worried that something will magically happen to these two upon transit to the castle.
Have an example, because I can't think of any.
I just worry that, we've done all this work, and then we get there and we're waiting for their arrival and they don't arrive. And berserkers have ambushed them,
Oh,
or...
no, we're not gonna leave. They're coming with us.
Ah, well, he was just discussing traveling ahead on his own, that's why
Yeah,
I brought
he's
this
not
up.
doing that. We're all gonna travel together.
Alright, break.
Catch that. We're all gonna travel together.
Very well. Are you
Yeah.
hungry? Do you want stew?
Yeah, I'll have some.
Yeah.
There's no dead things in the stew, are there?
Technically, there are like dead pigs cooked into what we call pork.
Just pigs, though, no humanoids.
No. No.
I'll take a
No.
bite.
Of course not. Pretty good stew.
We'll sit around and kind of discuss our travel plans. I'll bring up that we do want to take a break for a night. Cover a little bit, leave out in the morning. Because then we can probably make like a straight trek to the castle in one day from the morning.
Very well. I am at your service. You're doing me a great favor.
Now, do you actually think this is going to go well and Strahd's going to be super jonesed about it? Or are you expecting to fight him?
Oh, I don't want to fight him at all. The Morning Lord has said that this is the way. I'm not even sure he can be killed, so fighting him is pointless.
No, I think we have a pretty good idea on how to kill him.
Really?
I already fucked him up once.
Are you certain that he wasn't just playing with you?
I mean, turned into a cloud of smoke. I don't think if you're
Vampires
playing...
Hard to know. Vampires are capable of poofing on their own.
Yeah, but he seemed to have like a goal in mind, like he was trying to achieve something and we stopped him. I don't think he was messing around that much.
What goal was he trying to achieve, if you don't mind me asking?
Trying to kidnap somebody else to make him a wife as well.
See, that proves my point right there. If we get him a wife, a willing bride, I can't imagine the curse would stick.
Yeah, sure, I don't disagree with you. That's, I mean, there's merit in what you're saying, why we're going along with this. I just think he's probably gonna want to fight. But I mean, if he just wants to skedaddle, give me Barovia, I'm down.
Give you, Barovia, you wish to rule this place in his stead?
Rule's kind of a very specific word I wouldn't use. What I want Barovia for.
If you don't mind me asking, I'm curious. That is very ambitious. What exactly do you want with this place?
Based on how it pulls people in and out from different places, I think it could be tactful. I have no interest in denizens. I'd make sure they're alright. People can leave if they want. But I want to use something.
I see. I must say, out of all the adventurers that have wandered in, never met any quite as impressive as you. All of you.
You talk of this Morning Lord fellow. You good friends with him?
Oh, I would say he's my best friend. Whenever he
seen-
is able to talk to me.
You speak to him, but have you ever seen him?
Long, long time ago, yes.
How does one go about seeing a fellow like that?
Oh, it takes a lifetime of devotion.
Lifetime, you say? You wouldn't happen to have any book about the Morning Lord, about how one could become devoted to him?
Oh, well. I've got all kinds of religious texts involving the Morning Lord. Basic ones. It's not a secret, code to it or anything. It's just live your life in the way that he would live his life were he immortal.
Hmm.
Protect the light.
Are there any shortcuts? If one were to say, wish to see the Morning Lord tomorrow?
Oh. Oh. I don't think so. No.
Hmm.
Nothing like that. Seeing a deity is a very special and rare thing. Only saved for the most devoted of followers.
I see, I see. Maybe you could put in a good word for somebody.
I can certainly try. After all, you all are doing me a favor.
I'm rather interested in meeting this Morning Lord. Maybe you pass that along to him next time you're having one of your conversations.
I'll see if it comes up. At this time, you hear a door open and Vasilka walks in wearing the dress. And it fits perfectly. She looks very nice. Other than the fact that she is clearly a stitched up golem. What's your passive perception, Grim?
Good question. My passive perception is 12.
Okay. And then at this time, I imagine if Mist and Jason were heading this way, you'd probably be getting here by this time. You were checking out them graves for a long time. So you walk in and you see all of them kind of sitting in a stew, sitting and eating stew.
Come
then you
bathe in
see-
the stew.
Does that work better than the pond did?
That's
Yes.
a good stew. And you see Vasilka wearing the dress that you delivered.
I mean, oh, she's already wearing it. Does she want to wear this on the trip? What if it gets dirty?
Oh, I was just having her try it on. Welcome. Do you want some stew?
Pretty good stew.
It's pork.
Yeah, I'll take some.
Okay.
There's no like humanoids in this or anything, right?
No, just long dead cooked pigs. Call it pork.
It's pretty good. Thank you.
No half pig, half man, half bears in there, are there?
Not that I'm aware of.
I told you he doesn't exist.
Listen, climate change is a real thing.
Alright, they're coming with us. We're gonna take a break and rest. We're leaving first thing in the morning. We're gonna go pick up whoever we want to bring with us to Strahd's castle. We're going to Strahd's castle. All of us. And I kind of just wave around in a circle. Except for, like, Gertruda, who, I don't know what the fuck she's doing, I don't care.
She's just kind of sitting and trying to keep it together as best she can, but she definitely, you all notice Gertruda now is showing emotion and trying not, like, has tears in her eyes and is looking scared but calm and confused.
Such a shame I had to kill Victor. Or what was his name? It wasn't Victor. The guy at the library? Victor was the guy in the attic.
Weird
Yeah.
mage.
Yeah, the weird half-burnt mage.
Oh, the mage's apprentice.
Yeah, his apprentice. I don't recall his name, but anyways.
Oh, that guy. I forgot about him.
Such a shame I had to kill that fellow. I'd have brought him with us to fight Strahd. He'd have been by my side. Would have made a great apprentice.
As you mentioned that, your closet comes up from behind and just...
Yeah, he was weak. You're right. But now you've got a more powerful master. We had a close call that not too long ago. Shan't be having one of those again. Better stay safe when we're fighting Strahd now.
Yep. Goes back into your cloak.
Is there like an outhouse or anything? The stew, it just goes right through me.
Absolutely. Go out the door. You'll find a place that you can relieve yourself out there on the right.
Perfect. Thank you.
Question. Do you have a safe place for us to stay? Last time we were here, we walked around the abbey and some shadow things attacked us.
Oh. Yes, don't go up there. Let the DM look at the map again to remember what it looked like.
I mean, I was just gonna set up camp on the grounds.
That'll work.
Pooping on a trough, Grim?
I was just about to say the same thing.
He said it was on the right, and it's the only vessel I could find.
We're pretending there's an outhouse there.
It's an open door.
It's a litter box.
It's like a Morbius, or it's like shake the litter box. Here, kitty, 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 kitty.
Yep. That's how you call cats. You shake their litter box.
Does that happen in Morbius for real?
Yeah.
I didn't watch it.
Well, you need.
Still haven't watched. I don't know if I do.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
It's an 11 out of 10 in my opinion. It's great.
What are we doing? What are we talking about? You guys are getting me distracted.
Outhouse and a place to stay.
Did you dispatch of all the shadows?
Think so.
Should be good now. If you want to take one of those beds.
Strahd ever visited you here?
No. He doesn't concern himself with people like me.
Why is that, do you think?
I imagine it's because I'm in such good standing with the Morning Lord. He is, after all, Strahd, I mean, not a deity of any kind. He's his own god.
Sure.
In his mind, he has no real power against someone like the Morning Lord.
Your deity can't apparate or easily communicate with you in this place, I assume.
No. It's the only downfall. Strahd is very powerful here.
Yeah. Just make sure.
We actually don't even know if it's him, or just the power of this curse itself, the lens. It's all one big mystery.
Guess we'll find out soon.
Yeah.
Hey, Gertruda.
But,
Good to stay the night.
sure,
Good.
if it's safe.
Can't really give you a for sure on that one.
Okay. Well, you guys have helped me this far, so...
Do you remember us? Like from when your mind was kind of hazy?
Kinda, yeah, I do. It's almost like I was watching someone else interact with you. It's weird, but I do know you.
Okay. Well, I got you that dress you're wearing. Gave you a bunch of money. You went and bought nice outfits.
That's how I was hoping it would be. To visit new places, not get kidnapped by a madman.
What, are you wanting her to pay you back or something? Why are you bringing that up?
No. I'm just trying to be like, hey, I've done something nice for you, so just know that we're gonna be nice. Like, we're not mean, we're not kidnappy. I mean,
That's
we're kind of
weird.
kidnappy. I wasn't like trying to like say like you owe me. I just want to be like, hey, like we did nice things for you, so like we'll still be continue to be nice.
But
You don't
Yeah,
owe me anything.
that
I'll
sounds like
work
you
off the
owe.
debt.
No, you have no debt. No debt at all.
Sound like a gang leader.
No, no.
I don't have any money.
You don't need any money. You don't need any.
Stew's good.
You son of a bitch.
Well, is there anything else you all want to discuss? Get confirmation on?
I'll ask about the grave thing when we get out of this place. I mean, unless you guys...
Where are you gonna? Are you planning on just like camping up here?
Yeah, I was gonna stay in like this corner. These are high walls, right? Or are they like waist high walls?
They're pretty high.
I cannot jump over this wall. It is waist level.
No one can make it over our waist high walls.
They're not super high, like 50 feet or anything crazy like that, but I'd say about 20 feet.
Yeah, that's fine. Our shit's all on the other side of that. We can camp up there, take watches, make sure horses and stuff don't go away.
I was just going to go ahead and try to attune to that ring, see what it is, which would knock off my battle axe until I attune to it again.
Okay. The tree bane axe.
Yeah.
This here, after sitting with it for a time, is a ring of regeneration. While wearing this ring, you regain 1d6 hit points every 10 minutes, provided that you have at least 1 hit point. If you lose a body part, the ring causes the missing part to grow and return to full functionality after 1d6 plus 1 days if you have at least 1 hit point the whole time.
Nice.
Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Damn, I don't think it's going to let me share it with you now, so I'll just copy paste.
It's in the compendium.
You got it? Okay.
And that ring requires attunement.
Yep.
What if we cut off Jason's third eye on his neck? Would it grow that back?
Only one way to find out.
All right.
I immediately run up the wall.
I just imagine you're like standing horizontally on the wall, like 20 feet up with your arms crossed, like, mm-mm.
Do I have any more attunement necessary for the flame sword? I know last time I was able to apparate my gran.
Oh, are you just trying to... Yeah, you don't have to attune every single time to the sword. Once you're attuned to it...
I wasn't sure if that was full attunement or if because I know I was working at it and first it was just a little nubbin of fire.
I think we got you fully attuned.
Okay, then if
Yeah.
I'm...
Because that
I'm
was the trigger. That was the trigger for her to speak to you.
Okay, then if I'm tuned to that, then I will spend the time in the John working on my top secret project.
Very well.
I will bring up to Rogar and Mist what the ring does and all that. See if either one of them would like it. If not, I'll just keep it.
I mean, usually I would say no, but after that last fight, I could have used that. But I don't get hit too often.
Well, I have the magic axe as well. I mean, if you'd like it, you're welcome to it.
Out again. Can you only attune to one of them right now?
Yeah, I have 4 magic items I'm attuned to.
Shit.
So I got the icon of Ravenloft, 2 of the, whatever those are, the holy symbol of Ravenkind, and then either the ring or the nature axe. So I think 3's the max unless you take the feat from whatever Matt Mercer's thing was.
I mean, Rogad, would you like it?
That ring? Oh. Kind of useless.
I'll toss it to Mist.
I was gonna say Grambo's like, Gram just runs away in darkness, so he never gets hit.
I think Grim has like 47 things he has to attune to, though. Hiding all these magical items in his butt.
know.
And I'll sit down and reattune to my axe then.
Okay.
I think I've only got the one attunement. This flame sword.
You also have the luck blade.
Oh yeah, I forgot I had that. So I got two, but I haven't attuned to the luck blade. I don't think.
I thought
Maybe I
you
did.
did.
Maybe I did. I don't
That's
recall.
how you. That's how you knew what it was. You could have unattuned it after you found out.
Read that. Cause I haven't used it yet.
No, I think you took the time to attune to it just to find
Yeah.
out what it did, and then you just kind of
Then
left it alone.
I have two attunements then.
I just have my Helm of Brilliance that I
Oh,
attune
yeah.
to.
That's right, because the luck blade works even if it's just on your person. You don't have to have it.
Mm-hmm. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll say you all can eventually set up your camp and complete a long rest.
Hell yeah.
Groovy.
You can go ahead and heal up, get your spell slots back, whatever you need to do.
Oh, I also have that holy thigh bone, that strength base, so I don't have any use for it myself.
Mm. Yeah, thigh bone does fear, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Rogar, you need another thing that causes fear,
Which
right?
Rogar is just a beacon of fear. I shoot fear blades out of my face.
Saint Maricova's thigh bone.
I get half of my hit dice back. Yippee.
And I think I used a bunch of mine. How many we get?
Half your total.
Half your total? Okay.
I was at.
That puts me at 7, so that was good.
Oh, yeah. Reminded me, I also need to do that. R/1. Oh, /R1D3.
Oh, are you getting charges back on something?
Yeah.
We both crit failed.
I was only missing one, so.
Yeah, mine fully recharged too.
Forgot that we've taken multiple days. Cool.
Morning comes. It's kind of looks like it could rain off in the distance in your travels later. It's a little chilly up here in the mountain, but not too bad. Especially not for you, Rogar.
I love it.
We'll say you all get your stuff together. The abbot has prepared some breakfast on the go for everybody if you choose to accept it. Yeah. You see Vasilka is wearing practical clothes, like some not quite leather armor, but very maneuverable. Like she could fight if she needed to. You all make your way back down the mountain. He gets himself a wagon, and he rides with Vasilka. You all ride with Gertruda, who is now in her right mind, and you start to take off back towards Vallaki.
One of you guys ride with them.
I'll hop over.
I'll
I
have Gertruda
will-
sit up in front with me, have some girl talk, make her feel calm.
I will trail the wagon train. So, like, our wagon in front, them in the middle, I'm behind on Mulan.
Very good. You set up in this formation and start to make your way in that direction. And we'll go ahead and take a little break here.
Yeah.
I need coffee.
Does anybody have anything that allows them to communicate with people? Anybody have, like, sending or message or any of that crap?
I could speak telepathically, but only within like 30 feet.
Okay. Alright. Just have to gather people as we go.
We can use the ravens. They could probably travel faster.
We find some, sure. What happened to our fucking mad mage? Have we ever seen him again? Is he just gone?
Um,
He
Oh.
went off to look for his spell book and his staff, and you have not seen him since.
Yeah.
We know where his like entrance to his tower is, though, don't we?
You know where
Where's
it
it?
was.
Might have moved.
what was his actual name? We called him something silly. Right, did.
Wasn't it?
Mordenkainen.
Yeah.
Didn't
Morty.
We found a spell book, didn't we? I
You
don't know.
found a spell book.
I don't think it had like name or anything on it.
No.
Alright, well, we'll discuss who we're picking up in town while we're on a break.
All right. We'll be back in a little bit, Internet. Get yourself some caffeine and relieve yourself. Peanut butter.
Just cameo scrolling.
How y'all doing? This second half of The Curse of Strahd with Outsiders Arcana is brought to you by Cameo. So you all woke up. You got the habit. You got Gertruda. You got Vasilka. You got each other. And you got a goal. And you got a dress. And you're heading back down towards Valaki to possibly pick up Von Richten, if he's still there, and make your way to Castle Ravenloft to cure the curse of Strahd with the power of love, hopefully.
Let's not
You-
forget that we all also have each other.
That's what I said.
Oh.
No, it's not what I said. So, you're traveling. Rogar's taken the caboose. Rain clouds are starting to roll in, but you do still see that nice, hopeful, shimmering light from the beacon that you lit in Arkinfestalt. Shining true, adding vitality to all of you, whether you want it or not. Someone roll a d12. Someone roll a d8.
I call 12.
I'll do the 8.
Damn.
Jesus.
I bet that's good.
3
Alright.
dragons appear.
We get,
So
if we
many
get
butterflies.
If we get another crit fail right after this one, then we got to buy each other cokes.
Might want to
So,
delay our meeting Strahd if we keep rolling ones. Let's waste time till next session.
don't worry, the ones on the random encounter chart aren't that fucking great.
Shopping trip.
A swarm of butterflies engulfs you.
Not again.
Mist, you're in the front with Gertruda with you, and Grim, I assume you're in the back of the wagon.
Yeah, I'm just looking out the back, staring at Rogar.
Mist, you're trotting along. You're starting to feel it's starting to sprinkle a little bit. You're starting to get into the rainy bits. When a baleful apparition appears before you, its hollow eyes dark with anger. Looks like a feminine ghost creature just in the road.
Are you guys seeing this? How far off is it?
Probably about 50 feet.
You guys see this little angry lady? Ghostly?
What?
There's a creepy ghost lady who's angry and 50 feet away.
Yeah, since nobody's doing anything, I'll read.
Gertruda, how about you get in the back of the wagon and lay low just in
Okay.
case?
Okay.
Do you remember how to do the seatbelts?
Do I still need to do that?
No, I'm kidding.
Okay. You
I
ready
guess
for
I'll-
the ghost?
Yeah,
I'll
I'll
hop off and run up the other side as well.
wrap around
I'll get-
everybody.
I'll go 20 feet more forward, so I'm about 30 feet away.
Okay. You get up near the ghost, and it's just kind of looking down towards like Mulan's feet as you're approaching.
What you doing?
No one's gonna know you died here. She lunges at you
Oh
and
no.
tries to possess you.
Oh no.
Probably going to work. Oh, that's not what I meant to roll. I didn't mean to roll anything.
Shit, its initiative is terrible.
Um, Yeah.
All 30 of us will go first.
Rogar, make a charisma save just for the hell of it.
Oh, okay.
Maybe you'll get a crit fail.
Good. Almost.
Damn.
I got a 2.
This ghost tries to jump into your body, and it's odd because you can see her arms like delve into your chest. It doesn't hurt, but it's cold, and it's almost like she's trying to like get into your body. That's just like you're just shrugging it off. She fails in possessing you, and now we can go ahead and do some initiative. I'm not
Oh.
gonna worry about I don't think I'm gonna worry about a battle map here. Or I can just give you an action since you're right there. It's just one ghost as far as you know.
Want me to?
I mean, whatever you want. What do you do after she tries to possess you and then fails?
Kind of embarrassing.
Does it tickle?
It's like it feels like when your feet go numb and it kind of hurts, but it kind of tickles. It's all tingly. Kind
The
of feels
good
like that.
fall asleep, the good feeling, not the bad one.
It's kind of the bad one.
Oh.
Like when you try to walk on it, you're like, ow, ah, ah. That's weird.
I guess I'll just hop down and swing my greatsword at it. I guess.
Sure.
Yeah. Oh, another 2.
11 just hits.
Okay. 17.
Okay. You swing with one mighty slash as part of its visage kind of flickers and fades, but it's still there looking at you angrily, still alive.
Second one.
Go for it. 24 definitely hits. 19. You swing back again. The exact same thing happens. Now she's looking a lot more translucent and weak, but she is still there.
I am
She is still angry.
trying to stay in the way. Like I hopped off my horse in the direction of the caravan and stuff.
Okay.
I know it's a ghost and it can pass through me, but blocking it.
Jason, you're up there with him as well?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
I take a strike when I get to her.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm not gonna bother like making a map and like rolling initiative because it's one ghost. So you're
it's a
next,
shame.
Jason. What do now?
Grim, did you have something?
I was gonna say it's a shame that no one's gonna know that this is where we died.
I mean, they all talk good smack. Like they got some good one-liners. They can't back it up. Yeah. And with that, with your tree bane, you go for the neck and like the ghost's head almost like pops off and starts to float away, and then she disappears. You guys got an encounter.
That was weird.
I won't tell anybody this is where you died.
I appreciate that.
Rogar, roll a medicine check. Yeah, she didn't do shit to you.
Shame itself.
One of these times.
Imagine everything that tries to make me roll a charisma save just goes, oh, fuck. That was all I had.
Was that cast?
No,
with the
that's what
ghost?
I do. No, that's what I do. Me, the DM.
Was there absolutely anything left of her? Or did she just completely vanish?
Gone.
I'll look back at Mist in the wagon. You, know who that was?
Did I DM or no?
You
Meb,
did not recognize her.
thanks for handling that, though. I just wanted to I wanted to guard Gertruda. Gertruda?
Gertruda.
Gertruda.
She's just kind of behind the wagon, like, everything okay?
Yeah, it was just a ghost. They aren't that hard to kill. Just one.
Tried to kiss
Okay.
me.
Well,
Take my position again. I get back on my horse and go to the back.
Did he get some
Yeah,
butterfly
but-
kisses?
I don't think she realized she was a ghost. Didn't know she.
I mean, did you like her? I'm guessing not, because you tried to kill her.
Oh, very aggressive.
Are you just into like dragon ladies? Or dudes? You have like a type? You don't have a type? So everyone's your type. Oh, so you're asexual.
No.
No, Superman not home.
I will back away from this like Homer Simpson into the bushes, back to my wagon.
My goal is now to find a love interest for Rogar.
Oh.
There's a lot of them to choose from here.
We have an abbot. We can make one specifically for you.
Mhm.
Ooh. I was thinking more like speed dating, where he's just the only one.
It would be a bloodbath.
It would be awesome.
I think he would probably pair very well with Madame Ava.
Oh, I could see it. Seems like he needs someone a little more free-spirited.
The abbot starts laughing. Could you imagine? I could. It's gross. I mean, Rogar, you are a striking dragonborn if I've ever seen one.
We're gonna make a Barovia Bumble just for Rogar.
No.
We should probably get on our road before he decides he doesn't like us anymore.
Still can't believe he hasn't killed us yet.
Just ride off to
keep-
the Wizard of Wines.
You think he's like into Mulan? Maybe he does love that horse.
You're gonna have to speak up. I'm in a different wagon.
You think he likes Mulan? Okay.
My theory is that his love is not actually a real entity. His love is battle. I think he's in love with it. You've seen him when in combat. He's smiling, ear to ear, covered in blood.
So, are you in love with bathrooms?
Oh, definitely not.
He's not smiling in there. You don't know. He drinks too much milk. It just takes a long time.
Just walk by
Jars of
outhouses.
Jars
The
of
milk-
peanut butter in the bathrooms.
The milk and mayonnaise, that's what it is. Goes right through me.
Just see Grimm's face through the little moon cutout in the outhouse, and it's just him smiling through it.
I'm relieved!
Jerry does not agree with me.
You continue on. For some time, it begins to rain. It's a light rain, but it is consistent, so you're getting a little wet. I assume you're going straight to Valaki, yes? You're not making any detours?
Keeping an eye out for ravens so we can send word ahead.
Make a perception check.
I have something I want to bring up to Gertruda after this.
You look up in the skies, and they don't seem to be flying around, but you do notice, like, in the trees, there's like a group of 6 on a branch. Just kind of looks like they're shielding themselves from the rain.
When we get close enough, I'll tell one to fly down onto Rogar's shoulder, and I'll holler back to Rogar. Tell him who you need to be ready in Valaki, and he'll fly ahead.
Rogar, you're riding, and all of a sudden you see a raven slowly approach cautiously, so as to not get smacked by you and scare you. It just lands on your shoulder.
Hey. Go get that shitty vampire hunter.
Hmm?
What's his fake name? Was
Van
it?
Richten.
Oh, but that wasn't his fake name. Fake name. He's disguised
Octavio.
again. Octavio. Tell him to get his shit together.
You see it land next to the others, and then they all fly off. Ahead. Mist, you wanted to do something?
Mm-hmm. So, Gertruda, I know you said you wanted to go back to Barovia to get your mother. I was thinking it might be best for you to stay at the church in Valaki and we send for your mother, since Barovia is very close to Strahd's castle, or closer.
I mean, that's fine. Just want to make. I'm sure that she's worried, sick. Just want to make sure she's okay.
Yeah, I think we can send for her, and then you remember Irina and her adopted children. Maybe. You might when you back to see them.
Are they actually her kids?
But, yeah, they were adopted.
Oh,
Ish.
okay.
But I just thought you might be more comfortable there, and the church holds some protection to where Strahd has a really hard time getting into that church.
I like that.
Yeah. And then once this is all over, if we lift the curse, like, if you do want to travel the world, like, maybe get, like, a bodyguard or a strong person who can fight. Because then you won't have as much kidnapping trouble.
Well, if only ever. I think if we just I don't stay clear of vampires, I might be okay.
Okay. Well, the church is the perfect place for that for now. But we can, once we get there, we can ask our raven friends that we have to send for your mom.
The ravens, they work for you, or
They're just allies.
that's cool. I always just thought that they carried souls of other Barovians that passed.
Nope,
Bad luck to kill a raven.
that's what it's bad luck because they're actual not all of them, but some of them are actual people. So,
That's good to know.
I mean, not common knowledge, so don't be spreading it around. But if you see them, that means you have somebody looking out for you sometimes.
Comforting.
Neat.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to know.
I'm staring down the back of this little religious dude's head.
Just making sure he's not doing anything funny or that nothing's coming after him.
Trying to see if he does anything interesting or catch my eye.
You roll a perception check if you'd like.
Yeah, I'm good.
You see him try to sneak pamphlets into my pocket.
Nothing weird. Like, he seems like every once in a while he's just trying to, like, instinctually cover his head from the rain, and then realizing you can't do that. just kind of looks over at Gertrude, Basilka, every once in a while, making sure she's good, and she doesn't move at all.
Sure.
But it's weird because you know she has the capability to act on her own free will to a certain degree. She's just really still. But eventually, if there's nothing else, you get to the gates of Valaki. They welcome you, as they always do. You go straight to the mansion to pick up Von Richten.
I'll drop Gertruda off at the church first.
Okay.
I'll let Irina be aware of the situation. And I'll give Gertruda 300 gold. Just in case she needs it for anything. Make herself comfortable.
She
I will.
gratefully accepts. Go ahead, Jason.
I want to call and see if I can get Benjamin, the young boy that I knew, who was now a were-raven, and ask him to specific watch over her while she's in town.
Hmm.
Sure, yeah, easy enough. You go to the inn, and you don't find Benjamin specifically, but you can leave this message off with Erwin and Danica.
And I'll drop 100 gold for them for that request.
If you were doing that, I don't know if I probably would have talked to you beforehand. Could you ask for one of the were-ravens to check on Mad Mary, her mom, and see if she can get like an envoy or something to come to here?
Yeah, we could send some ravens for the same request. Try to just reunite them. Maybe have her set up here in Valaki.
I want to be a bad boy and go to the alley and do some graffiti.
Okay. All right, so you drop off Gertruda. You go to the inn to deliver this message. Drop off 100 gold. Drop off 300 gold. Rogar goes straight to the mansion, and Grim slinkies off into an alley. And you get some of your paint. It's a little wet and rainy, so it kind of runs.
Fine, it'll make it look even
But
more
yeah,
edgy.
you do some
I just do the
do some
sigil
splatter
of
paint.
Morgok.
Cool. And it looks like the sigil is crying.
Because its eyes are full of pain. Now run back to the cart.
Rogar, do you just run in real quick to grab Von Richten?
Yeah, I mean, I'll talk to him for a second. I'll let him know what's
Sure.
going on.
So this abbot believes that bringing Strahd another wife will break this curse and set us free.
That is what he believes.
And you trust him.
No. But it's a plan.
I see.
The worst case, it gets us close to Strahd.
Tell me more about what happened last time he was here. I wasn't quite filled in on all the details.
He was trying to kidnap Irina, right? It is. Trying to take Irina. Seemed to have interest in her. We fucked him up. Turned into mist. Way.
He turned into mist. But you had sunlight, right? Jason was using his icon.
Yeah, I think that's who it was. He didn't like it.
It's incredibly abnormal for him to have been able to turn into mist with that activated. It might be more difficult than a normal vampire situation. Do you know where his tomb is located?
Think we've cleared out the dungeon at the bottom. He has a teleporter down there, and one of the orbs that you can throw into the fire says it takes you to Strahd's tomb.
I see.
It took us to a tomb. We also burned a casket. And when we went back to that room, it's reformed. So, I'm assuming.
Reminds me a lot of the Death House. And the village. You try to burn that down, it reforms.
Oh.
The magic of the land is probably keeping it there. For it doesn't want Strahd to die, it wants him to suffer.
Sure. That's where this monster bride comes into play. He's convinced it might break the curse. Outside of that, we don't really have a lead on how to do that. Otherwise, we're just fighting Strahd, hoping that we can kill him. I don't think that's the correct route, though.
Are we here with you, or are we all running our separate errands and you got here first?
Y'all went to go do your shit. Y'all just took off.
Well, if it does come to another fight, the difficult part, it seems, if you've already defeated him, will be to get to his tomb to finish the job.
We have something in place for that.
You do?
Oh.
That's good. What sort of defenses are inside the castle?
I mean, there's a lot of shit inside that castle. Killed a lot of it, though. Where his tomb is... She sent me a message. Where his tomb is, cleared all of that.
That's good.
But, once again, it's very strong. I imagine, just like anything else here, he can add more defenses. Sure, there's part of it that we don't know about. I mean, you've been here longer than us. What have you gathered? What has been your plan?
Trying to... Partially, my plan was to go to the Vistani first. You all took care of a lot of that rather well.
Oh.
Getting it in with the Ravens.
Oh yeah, that other guy that kidnapped you, I blew him up. Dead now.
The leader?
Yeah.
Luvash? Really? Very good. Well. Best course of action. You've already got a plan in motion to get to the tomb as quickly as possible. We'll have 1 hour to stake him in his coffin, if this was a normal situation. The magic of this place, I don't know.
We can talk with Grim a little bit more about the follow-up plan.
But I'm here to assist in any way I can. I'm starting to really realize how old I've become.
Um,
Yeah.
I was hoping you would have a little bit more
Well, this is an abnormal situation.
Sure, but you're kind of here in the situation. Does any of it seem wrong?
What seems wrong is the fact that he was able to turn to the mist while in sunlight. That should not have happened. He should have died right then and there. As far as this love-breaking curse, sounds like bullshit.
Yeah. I think this abbot is strong, though. Whether or not he fights with us, I don't know.
I've not heard much of this abbot. Heard a little. It's all very strange. They say he's been here almost as long as Strahd himself. Some more paranoid folk thought that he was Strahd in disguise.
Is the Dawn Father who has cursed Strahd pulling this curse on him?
No one knows for sure. All we know is it almost feels like it's the land itself. So
Yeah.
maybe through the land, it's the Morning Lord or whoever it is.
Oh yeah. Morning.
But also, maybe even the souls of his family, his departed family. Some sort of combination. Or his evil deed in killing his brother, and turning into a vampire, and ending his own bloodline. It's far beyond my scope. I only know how he should die. And if nothing else, I can work as a distraction to help you.
I mean, seem to be decent at healing people. Focus on that, if it comes
Okay.
to it.
I'm ready to do what needs to be done.
Guess we'll see what happens. Go to the kitchen, grab me a bottle of wine. I'll start walking back out.
Cool. What are the rest of you wanting to do right now?
I'm probably
Yeah,
heading
no.
back to the mansion after I do my dropping off.
Oh, well, they're gonna come back, and I knew that I would just wait inside.
Okay.
Because I have a proposition for them anyway.
You'd probably assume that. You probably thought it was weird that they scattered.
I think
Yeah.
we would have done so pretty quick, knowing that we were trying to get on the road again.
Yeah, you guys didn't waste a lot of time. And if Graham, you only drew the one symbol, you probably got back first. Or are you doing more things? Alright.
Well, if Grimm's back first,
I'd say Grim and then Mist and then Jason.
Grim
Jason
gets
had to go
back.
the farthest.
While I'm drinking wine and he walks in. How long does it take you to create that teleportation that'll take us to the flame? And can you do that anywhere?
Well, we have the circle upstairs, so that's more or less instant. I charged it last time, so it should be good to go. As far as anywhere, I think I could do the chalk. We had like one piece of chalk, but it's rainy outside, so we'd have to do it indoors.
If we
Take
were
some time, maybe
So-
a half hour, 15 minutes.
to fight Strahd, kill him turning into mist, and you create a circle that'll transport us to the fire again.
Fire again. Like the fire room with the gyms?
Yeah, with the sigil.
Sure, but take a little bit of time. I gotta set up all the sigils and draw the circle.
Sure. How much time is that?
Maybe 15 minutes, half hour, I would say. Most.
Might be two.
I thought we already set up a circle in that fire room.
Did, but we'd have
Yes.
to cast a spell to get there.
It says the casting time is 1 minute. So
Do
I
I
don't know if
have
that
this?
includes. I don't know if that includes the drawing of the circle.
I mean, that would be the casting time, like all the preparation and stuff would be a minute.
Do I have this item? I don't see it.
Teleportation circle?
Oh, is that something else?
Teleportation circle is what you got from Victor.
Oh, that's what the
That's-
rare chalk does?
Do you only
Yeah.
have the ability to teleport via the circles, or do you not? Do you not have the teleportation spell?
I thought the chalk was required, was what my understanding of it was.
The chalk would be if you wanted to make another circle. But you can use the spell to use Victor's circle to get into the castle. You would just need the gold.
So then
Chalk would be if you wanted
another destination. So it's not
if you
for
wanted to, like, if you were in the middle of like if you were fighting Strahd out in the woods, and you kill him, you can use that chalk to draw a circle on the ground where you are, and teleport to the circle that you have in the castle.
So the circles are linked.
Yes,
By
but it's
direction.
only
But you don't have a teleportation spell. Do you, Grum?
he's got the
I don't think so.
the way.
I have
Victor,
the-
I think I made it to where Victor. I'm letting him know how to do it in this game right now. I don't. He's got like.
But he
he's
needs
got
to
the
utilize one of
components
the
and
circles.
wherewithal. Yes.
Okay. So we can't, like, if we fight Strahd in a field, you don't have the means.
He's got one piece of chalk. He can make. He's got enough to make one more circle anywhere else.
Okay. How long does it take you to use the circle upstairs?
To use it?
Yeah.
Pretty much instant, like you say, in 1 minute.
Okay.
Now, I do have the Heartstone, and I can
That's what I would.
take time to set a location, so I could go ahead to our location and get that set, but I wouldn't want to do that alone.
I was thinking even if we use the Heartstone to come back here, run upstairs, use the teleportation circle to go.
Oh, that is a good idea. Just kind of use it like a bridge. A shortcut.
And set the Heartstone up at the teleportation circle.
I
What-
could. It would. Yeah, that would take some time.
How much time?
Let me look here. Let me read through my notes.
The Hearthstone takes 1 hour to
Attune a place.
to put into a location.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. 1 hour.
Go ahead and do that.
Okay.
Set it up for up there. Fight Strahd. Kill him. We the Heartstone. Come back here. The teleportation circle to get to the fire. Teleport through the fire. Boom.
I like it.
Imagine that would take 30 seconds.
It's going to be very disorienting.
Sure.
Are you saying this in front of Von Richten?
Yeah, he's here.
Okay. Now, that is a good idea, but be aware that his mist form is not instantaneous. It still takes him a while in mist form to get back into his tomb. You could very well beat him there. Which is not bad.
Yeah,
Just
good,
keep that in mind. It would be good. Just I don't want you to open up the coffin and say, oh, he's not here, something's wrong. And if there are still more defenses in that castle, that's going to be the difficult part. Everything in that castle is going to try to kill you.
Yeah.
That's the difficult part.
The way we have it set up is that we'll avoid a lot of defenses. We'll be directly in the castle where we need to teleport. And then we'll teleport at his coffin. I might just have all of you go through the teleporters. I will chase the mist just in case. If it goes somewhere else, then at least I'll be able to keep up with it. Did I get a gauge for how fast the mist could move when it left?
It's like normal moving speed.
Okay, so it's not wildly fast.
30, no.
Okay.
30, 40 feet. But it can fly. That's another thing. It can go off away from you, up high.
Sure. I mean, I wouldn't be doing anything to it directly, just more following it to make sure it goes to the correct place.
Mm.
And we know the crypt is, or his coffin is down below, so like if the mist goes flying up into a tower or some shit, we know we're not going to the right one. And we can scrap the plan, try and catch it.
He's still aware of who he is and what his intentions are in that form. So he could also be misdirecting you. He has 2 full hours to get to his coffin before he vanishes from existence.
Sure, I mean, if he misdirects me, that's fine. Everybody else will be around the coffin.
Okay.
I can play the running game. Pretty hard to hit, so should make.
If that's what ends up happening, well, shit. You've got healing capabilities, don't you, Rogar? I thought I'd go with you to keep you safe, but I don't know if you actually need that.
I don't want to.
I would not ask you to.
How hard are
You've
you?
already
to
done.
hit?
Not as hard as you.
Like if you put a number to, perhaps called it an armor class, what would it?
Oh, if I had to put a number to it with my leather armor on, that would be a 12.
Jesus Christ.
I think I have my old leather armor. That would be more. I don't know if he could fit into it. How skinny is he normally?
It's not that big.
Also, I don't know if any of you would be interested, but the jig is kind of up as far as my disguise and mind shielding. I don't know if any of you would rather, if you get any use out of it, you can have it. The longer I stay here, the more I believe this might be my last venture.
Probably.
Rogar, beacon of hope.
Most I could do for you is +2. That's still. When the others get here, see if somebody else wants to go with me. But I'm fine going.
missed you'd be here at this point. What did you guys do with the abbot, by the way?
Imagine he's just fucking chilling in his wagon outside.
Okay.
He could come in if he wants to. Didn't tell him to stay out there.
He probably would, since it's raining, and ask you where he could sit.
Sit in that study room. Want wine, water, milk.
Ooh, yes. Probably just the wine and the water.
Sure. I give him those things. I assume Grim has
Thank
gone
you.
up to do the hour thing up top while everybody else is showing up. Or are you still hanging out?
You'd have to do that in the spot in the castle.
No, the Hearthstone for here. We're moving it because we have it set to the study right now. Our plan was to move the Hearthstone location up to where the teleportation circle is.
Oh, I thought you were moving it to the teleportation circle in the castle. Got you.
Yeah, so
We
we
drew the permanent teleportation circle in that same room with the gemstone and fire fountain.
so we would Hearthstone to that spot, then have that teleportation circle, teleport through that to the other one, go through the fire.
Got you. I thought you were doing
Like a quadruple teleport.
something similar but backwards, and then I was like, okay. Wasn't gonna say anything.
Hey, Mist is here, yay.
You see them sitting and discussing something.
Yeah.
Relay the conversation to Mist.
Cool. It's like, just dropped off the girl. Okay. I mean, I'm fine with that plan. Is the abbot coming with us to like fight with us, or what?
He's coming with us, but I don't know fighting with. We very well could fight against. Hey, Jason's here. I relay everything.
Jason, you
to
walk
Jason.
in and they're having a conversation.
Did the abbot leave his real doll out in the wagon, or is she inside too?
He's inside. They're sitting in the study.
Sounds like a good plan, guys.
So based on the plan, now that everybody's here except for Grim, who's doing Hubba Wubba up in the attic, do either of you want to go with me? Or do you all want to go to the crypt? Because remember, I will not be. I think the more of you there is beneficial.
I think I need to be there with my sunlight from the icons for sure.
Okay. I'll have holy water stakes. Don't forget that.
That's a good touch. By the way.
Shut the fuck up.
Van Richten ever use a crossbow at all, or like anything like that?
Nope. He's just got a sword cane.
Okay, never mind. I was gonna see if he wanted some of those silver bolts.
Do we
Sword
think
cane and brittle bones.
we're going to fight? How's everybody feeling? Do you think we're going to fight, or do you think this is just another step in the direction?
I have a feeling it's another step in the direction, because we give him a flesh golem. What he wanted was that soul of his brother's wife that had died, or whatever the hell it is.
Sure.
If he thinks that soul is in Irina, is that something we're going to have to figure out? Because I'm pretty sure he just doesn't want an animated doll to get his rocks off.
It's no Morning Lord. I mean, I think bringing the golem is a bad idea, and I think that will provoke him into a fight. I think it'll be an insult.
What I was hoping for. Like the worst case scenario, what I want. We just don't have another plan.
I think the teleportation circles, having a backup for his coffin, like, that's as good as we can plan for, because one, our plans never go to plan, so something's gonna happen.
It's as good as we got.
For all we know, he might not even be home. Sometimes we just see him gallivanting around looking at that thunderstorm cloud.
Oh, I think he'll be. He knows what we're doing. Well, in that case, I'm gonna use this Hero's Feast. Comes down to it, then at least have that.
Okay. Pop it up. Pop up that feast.
I only have the scroll. Do not have
Oh.
Hero's Feast as a spell. I have the components for Hero's
That's right.
Feast.
I mean, now we have to fight him. Even if he doesn't want to, we have to force him to fight now.
I mean, that's why I've been asking.
I think that's the second time we've ever used Hero's Feast.
Was Van Richten offering us his hat of disguise?
Sure was.
Is the hat of disguise a something I'd have to attune to?
Want to cover up
Say
that
no.
that eyesore?
No, if Strahd's not in the mood to fight, I'm pretty sure I can pick a fight with him with that hat.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, I'll ask for the hat.
And he will give it to you.
So it takes an hour for me to set this up and us to eat it. Those are all the things we would get, which is beneficial to us. They last for 24 hours, so would have until whatever time it is right now. Probably noon, I'm guessing. What time it is?
Around that time, yeah.
Do you roll the D10s?
I will
Or do
roll
we
it.
roll each? Okay.
I will roll it for everybody. They're done with. But I pull out like the bowl and the scroll and make sure everybody's on board that I'm using this. Then I imagine Grim would show up like halfway through me setting this up.
Shit up.
Alright.
I'll put the hat on, but I don't use it yet.
Cool.
I read the scroll like I'm reading through a cookbook. Like I'm getting really close to it and just like reading through it. Okay. I just mumble shit that's on the scroll.
I need 3 tablespoons of pink salt.
We
How much
don't
is a
want.
goddamn gram? God damn it.
We don't wish to seek out the Mad Mage. We're all ready to fight Strahd.
Don't know where he is. The abbot's ready.
No.
I'm more concerned that we take time. The abbot guy gets pissed off, and then we gotta go hunt him. 6 more days of fucking roaming.
That's so many butterflies.
So I've got a question. How are we going to all get to the castle? We're going to ride straight through and hope we don't encounter any baddies along the way? What if we get in a scuffle on the way there and I use
Good.
half my spells and then we get to Strahd and I've got no magic left?
Maybe don't use your spells.
Very well.
There's a lot of us. I mean, unless we go up against 37 giants or something like that, I think we'll...
That's a
Well,
good
that's
idea.
Let us hope.
37 giants.
Let us hope that we don't get any combat. Maybe we can ride really fast.
Yeah, Have horses in a
Better-
wagon. We could floor it if we see a problem.
What is it that you're making that smells marvelous?
Do we want the abbot to eat this too?
No.
Is he gonna? Okay.
In my closet, have some.
I think it works for like up to 12 people or some shit. It's a lot of people.
That's what I was trying
Yeah,
to
it's
figure
12.
out. So are you giving some of this to Van Richten?
Yeah, you can have some. It's all of us. It's just not the abbot and his golem thing.
Okay.
Because my concern is that it prevents them from being frightened, which is bad if they turn on us.
Fair enough. Very well. You prepare for the next hour this hero's feast, this grand meal of whatever you want.
It is a lot of wine, and it is a lot of, like, hefty bison meat, like giant racks of ribs, like stuff that I would eat back where I'm from. It's like the most crude versions of things, so it's all meat. There's no vegetables, there's no fruit, it's just meat and wine, and a lot of the meat is, like, soaked in wine and then cooked, like it's wine-soaked meat is where the flavor comes from.
Yes.
So it's just
Is there
meat and
bread?
wine.
Any bread? Any carbs?
Nope.
Wine bison! I'm sorry, wine bison!
Imagine it's comically large, like the Flintstones foods every
It
time.
is, too. How do you think we all get this big? Breeding cartoonishly large animal.
He can unhinge his jaw like Scooby-Doo. Put one of these whole things in his mouth.
Yeah, imagine it just pulls from my memory of eating things, and it's just shitty tribal food that is not very well prepared. It's really good, but it's nothing exceptional.
Okay. You all dig in. Let's take the next hour eating all of this wine and meat. And it's just, it's hitting harder than any meal you've ever had in your life. You feel strong. You feel fast.
Everybody gets 6.
So you get 6 temporary. Oh no, that's hit point maximum goes up by 6.
Forever? Or just 24 hours?
Next
24 hours.
Okay. I'm just gonna put it in temp for now, just in case.
Yeah, just know that it's your maximum increased, so if you get
Mhm.
healed, you heal back that amount as well.
Neat.
So you're all you're cured of diseases and poison. You are immune to poison and being frightened, and you have advantage on all saving throws. And you got more hit points.
I think this is the most buffed a character has been that I've ever played in D&D.
We have a lot of additions on our characters from all the
Let
shit
alone
we've
at
done.
level 8.
You really do.
Yeah, so remember, wisdom saving throws with advantage and you can't be frightened. That's the important thing of this.
Or poisoned, in case that comes up and I forget.
How long did so we do have that crazy fucking poison. It
You
lasts for
still have
10
that.
minutes. 10 minutes once we
It's 1 minute. It's 10 rounds.
Okay, so like even if we prepped it tonight, it would be gone by tomorrow.
No, it's like
Once we start hitting with it.
we'll just say, once you start slinging it around, it starts. Once you cut into people, it starts to lose its potency.
Okay. Could I prep like all my weapons, including my arrows, with the amount we have?
You each have one, so you'd have to ask for someone else's, and they wouldn't be able to use theirs if you wanted to do that.
Oh, so it's only good for one weapon.
Yeah, like you can put it on your sword or
Okay.
on your bolts.
Okay.
Thought you mine because I didn't want it.
I was gonna say you could do like the dagger and your bolts since they're smaller, but
I
it's
was-
only enough for like one blade, big blade.
Okay, so could I do, since I have two, one with like my Crusader sword, and since my dagger and arrows are pretty small, coat those?
Mhm.
Okay,
I would allow that with 2 potions.
okay, cool. Thank you.
And like Grimm's weapon isn't really tangible, so he'd probably have to use it in combat. I guess Jason's the only other one that could actually use it besides me.
I guess I'll go ahead and prep my axe with that.
What was it, like 7d6 or something crazy?
It was really stupid.
I have 7d6 written down.
Double check.
Yeah, that's what I have. 7d6 poison that lasts a minute.
Because those poison short swords we picked up have probably lost their poison now.
Bistani assassins. They're the ones that had this crap.
I'll go on record as saying, screw those guys. They sucked.
Yeah. 76. Yep, 76.
Cool.
I'm gonna go
We're gonna get
pee,
to the...
but I'm ready to
It is
go.
it is a DC 15 con save.
We're gonna get to Strahd at the end and pull his mask off. It'll be Van Richten. Watch.
What? No.
It's 7d6.
7d6 poison. It's a DC 15 con save. They take half as much on a successful save. All right. You guys could be finishing this up pretty soon if you're planning on making your final stand right now. We'll see what happens. We could be wrapping up this campaign fairly early.
I have to pee so bad, but I'm so excited.
Oh, don't forget, I think some of us have potions of invulnerability as well.
Oh yeah, I have.
You guys got a lot of stuff.
I'm gonna drink a heroism and invulnerability beforehand.
You all should have like some sort of thing of heroism that Mordenkainen gave you. I
Mm-hmm.
don't remember what it does. How long does that potion last, though? Look at that before you take it.
I think you have to drink them pretty close. Heroism
And-
lasts 10
And you
minutes.
still got your hellhounds.
I know. Okay, heroism is 1 hour. Invulnerability is 1 minute. And hellhounds. Ooh, I'm gonna go pee. I can't hold it now.
Do you think there's side effects, like gastrointestinal side effects, if you drink a bunch of poisons? Like, you're just going to shit purple for the next week?
Probably. It's gotta be something.
On top of Hero's Feast?
Yeah, the Hero's Feast would probably ward off some of that stuff.
All that meat'll soak it up.
I don't believe I have any of those potions that you all were talking about while I was gone.
Invulnerability and heroism?
I don't think I have any of those. I think they collected all that stuff.
I know I forgot in-game to do it, but after Mordenkainen left you all, he left you with something. I retconned that later. Let me try to find that in the notes.
Everybody's got a stake, holy water on it, right?
Yep.
Ricky, you have a stake with holy water.
Yes.
Okay.
So, what's the plan now, y'all?
Right into the castle.
Okay. Well, gather your things, feeling stronger and ready to go. You get your wagons, you get Mulan, gather the abbot and his golem. You head out. You have any word to leave to anyone in the town? Irina, Ismark, anything of that nature?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you have something, Grim? You look like you want to say something.
I'll go say goodbye to that freak boy.
Okay.
Might be the last time.
You run over to the church to find Freak, who's found a stick and is currently in his room unguarding a post.
Fine work, freak.
Thanks.
Growing stronger every day. Now listen up. I might die. I'm going to fight a big evil baddie, and it might be up to you. So I want you remember those spells? I want you to keep practicing, keep learning, and I'm going to tell you a secret. Can't tell anybody else, alright?
Hmm?
There's a man named Mordark. He lives in the sky. Whisper out to him. Let me draw you this. You see this sigil?
Uh-huh.
Use this. Focus on it. Communicate with him. He'll make you strong.
Really?
Definitely. But only
Okay.
do it when you need to. When you grow up. You're too young now.
Okay. I'll keep
It'll all make
practicing with my stick, and then Ismark will give me a sword later.
perfect. Grow up big and strong. Practice the sword. And when you're old enough to make sense of all this nonsense, reach out to Mordark.
I will. He runs and gives you a hug around your legs.
Oh. And tell your sister, keep an eye after you, and you keep an eye after her.
Yeah.
Don't be touching her things.
I don't.
Very good.
He like scutters away to like. You see him like pick up a few things, and then like, I found these, and I gotta put them back somewhere.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, don't die though.
Oh, I most definitely am going to die. I am very weak. Barely lift a stone. Don't worry, things die all the time.
Okay.
Look, my grand died, and you know what? She's a ghost in a sword now.
A ghost and a sword.
Right. How does that happen? I don't know. That could
Kinda
happen
cool.
to me. What if I die, and then when you get a sword when you grow up, what if I'm a ghost in your sword?
Whoa. That'd be
Right?
pretty neat.
Pretty freaking cool if you ask me.
How neat is that?
Alright,
Okay.
gotta go, kid.
Bye.
Bye. Take care of yourself. Take care of your mother.
My mom tried to sell me to a hag, remember? Oh, you mean my new mom that you pawned me off on?
Yeah, that one.
Oh.
My goal is to just drink some of that de-aging potion when we meet Strahd, just turn into a baby.
Oh my god.
Maybe he'll take mercy on me if I'm just a baby.
He's just a baby.
Awesome. Now we have to fight Strahd right after he eats a baby.
Dada, dada.
What does this do? I'm trying to remember what this heroism crap is.
I mean, I have the spell heroism. Is that it?
I think it is. I think it's just something that imbues you, but I want to make sure.
You gain 10 temporary hit points that last for an hour. For the same duration you're in there, the effects of a blessed spell, no concentration required.
So that's plus a d4 to your attack rolls and saving throws, on top of 10 temp hit points.
I'm gonna need to get a piece of paper out to write down all these effects.
Get a couple.
Derek, do you have the handout for the Crusader's sword now that I have the full ability to it?
Yes, I will get that to you in just a second. I'm just double checking Mordenkainen's stuff that he gives you. It's a charm of heroism. Oh, it's the benefit of a potion of heroism. So, yeah, for an hour you gain 10 temp hit points that last for an hour. Yep. So you each have one of those.
No
it's
bless
a charm.
along with that?
For 1 hour you gain 10 temporary hit points for the same duration you are under the effect of the blessed spell. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes. It's
So-
yes, exactly what Nick said.
Whoever has those.
You each have one.
Oh, okay. Cool.
He gave one to each of you before he moved on as a thanks for curing his brain. We just didn't roleplay that because I forgot at the time. Okay. You all... Oh, Crusader Sword. Yes, yes.
Got a lot of shit to get in order.
So many things.
Yeah, I'm starting to write it all down.
We're just gonna show up to Strahd. He's gonna be like, "Thanks for the Gollum bride. Peace out." And he's gonna be gone forever, and we win.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are about to win right now.
Thank you.
And then I will give you the Crusader's Mantle. I will... Oh, I can't share that with you. Can you click on that?
I think that might be
The
in the
handout?
compendium.
It should be. I don't even know if you would ever use this spell, but... it's radiant damage. You know that works on vampires pretty good. So... Is there anything else you need clarity on? Anything else that you need a handout for? Any other questions that I have not made clear? Now's the time.
Nope.
I'm just here to kick ass.
I'm prepping now, so I'm good.
All right. You walk out into the rain. Grim, walking out of the castle with a tear in his eye, and the rain washing it away. Gets on the wagon. Rogar is sitting there, slow motion, looking annoyed at everybody. Hits the reins on Mulan and starts to trot out. That's enough of that. You all begin to ride out. The abbot looking as carefree as possible, but damp. And Vasilka looking neutral. You all ride out the east side of Alaki. Somebody roll a d12, and somebody roll a d8.
Yeah, we crit failed last time we did it.
Me and Grim. Grim, which one do you want?
D8. Oh, nice.
Jesus. All right. What do we got here?
I imagine it's 7 ghosts.
I'm going to take revenge on that one. You're riding through. The rain is starting to pick up, and the mist is starting to get a little bit thicker in the trees as you ride through the mist. Kind of coming from not on the trail, but in the woods, kind of off. Not running, but walking kind of slowly through the mist. You see a skeletal warhorse and a skeletal rider. They're both clad in ruined chainmail. The skeletal rider holds up a rusted lantern that sheds no light.
How far away is he?
About 60, 70 feet out.
I
Looks
will
aimless.
kind of like wrap around everybody and be like, full speed, go. And I will kind of stay as the middleman between the train of wagons and this horse boy.
Okay.
If he wants to have mounted combat, we can throw down.
I will ready my spear.
Alright. You all whip the reins, pick up a little bit more speed. Keep an eye on the skeletal rider, who does not seem to notice you or care about you. Just looks like a lost soul wandering the woods. And you pass on. You get to the fork in the road eventually that leads you past your old bone grinder mill. Doesn't look like much has changed from the speed you're going, unless you want to stop and investigate. You keep riding on. Rain picks up. Starts to get a little muddy. But nothing else seems to be bothering you. The abbot looks up. Oh, that's odd, isn't it? And you see swarms and swarms of bats up in the sky, almost as if they're escorting you or spying, but they're way off in the distance. Almost looks like a wisp of cloud. But they're bats.
Thanks, Ricky.
You move on through the gate of Barovia proper, where you see the familiar white or black wagon with the two black horses.
I say we stay in our own ship.
There's not enough room for everybody in it anyway.
And we put the abbot, the bride, the wagon, the carriage. I guess it's not a wagon.
Carriage, yes.
You can get ready in there, out of the rain.
I will crawl up on the back as like a footman. Just to stay close to him if we need to.
You just want to like stand on the back of the carriage? Is that what you want to do?
Yeah, so usually there's a row for luggage or a man to sit.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
that's where I just want to be with him if they trot off ahead or if it magically moves faster than we can follow.
Got you. Very well.
Is there a way with that we could all pile on? Like if we could fit 5 inside and
and Jason on the back?
You could probably do that. Yeah, you could probably do that.
We could
They might
probably fit
travel
a couple up front and a couple in back if we need to.
Might travel a little bit slower.
Fine. I think the carriage in some way is passage into the castle. I feel like if we just take our own vessels in there, we'll get attacked by something. And if it does magically move, I don't want anybody to be left solo.
Okay.
Good for everybody? Everybody on board with that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We do that, I will telepathically communicate with Mulan to stay with us. Like while I'm standing on the back, Mulan just kind of trot behind.
Gotcha.
In case I need to jump off and bounce.
Very good. So, let's see. The Abbot's not a big guy. No, not a huge guy, but he's about, I'd say he's probably close to Jason's size, He wears real baggy clothes. Gotta kind of fold those robes in. It's gonna be challenging and awkward for Bazooka to change in this carriage. Imagine with this new setup, you might just wait until you get into the castle.
Grab that part. We're all riding.
But yeah. So it's Graham Mist, Von Richten, Bazooka, and the Abbot in the carriage. Am I missing anybody? And then you two in the back? Yeah. Not too bad. One row might be just not tight, but you're sitting pretty close. It's not too bad. It's a pretty big carriage.
They're all fairly
So you
small
do-
as well.
Yeah.
I imagine the golem is the biggest person in there.
No, the golem is small.
Then you're all small. Fine.
Yeah.
Sit on your brother's lap.
Most golems are big, but somehow the Abbot was able to, he made a small woman.
Right on.
Okay. You pile in, the door closes, and the horses start to take the carriage out towards the castle.
I'll pull out the magic ewer that we've had forever, and I forgot I had it. Get it filled up with wine, and I'll share a drink with Rogar as we're heading in. Good luck.
I'll look over to Graham and say, "Screw it. Do you have any milk in your little thing?"
I knew it.
Just in case I'm going out, I want some good milk. Can you pour it, Graham, so it's like a little fountain, by chance?
Yeah.
I do the cat thing. Cats like to drink out of sinks because they're running water.
That's how you get stereotypes.
I was trying to fight it. Screw it.
Von Richten immediately poured himself a glass of the wine that was offered in the carriage. It's like, I'm just kidding.
Weren't really surprised.
No, I would not have been at all. But yeah.
I mean, it could have just been normal wine and it would have knocked him out.
He's usually not up this late anyway.
I've built up an immunity to iocane powder.
We must hurry. I've got to catch Jeopardy.
If you eat dinner at 4, you get a discount.
Are you
Guys,
my
hurry
grandson?
this up. It's almost time for bed. What is it, 4 o'clock? Jeez. Party City. About 20 minutes go by. Going through the winding trails, up the hills, through the mountain. It gets darker and darker, and you can see lightning, and you can hear thunder. Just look back and you can still see that little bit of bright light from the beacon. And you eventually get to the gate. Nothing was odd for Rogar and Jason while you were just in the back, just sopping wet is all. Just a normal, from what you could tell, just a normal ride. You don't know if what you did was necessary, piling everybody in, but doesn't matter. You made it.
Don't fix it if it ain't broke.
So, let's get you to the proper map, which I think is this one. No, it's this one. Boy, okay, I need to get more tokens out here.
Get in the tokens.
Making my way to the tokens, but on the thing. The drawbridge is down. Everything seems to be fine. You make your way in.
I'd like to cast False Life. Just prep myself here.
Should I drink at least my hour-long potion now, or I don't know if I should just chug them both real quick in the beginning.
It's up to you.
I want to remind you all. There was a fortune that told you where your final confrontation should be held.
Oh, it
Was
did?
that overlooking Barovia from a balcony?
Something like that.
Which I think when we first came to the castle, he was on a balcony looking at us. Oh wait. I'm still prepping over here anyway.
I'll speak telepathically to Rogar real quick. If I should die, I need you to tell Miss something for me. Pull her aside and let her know I actually do shave my head. It wasn't a sickness or anything. It was a joke I played one time, and I think she took it too real.
I say nothing back telepathically, but just look at Jason.
Like it. Perfect.
So you want to get ready in the entryway, or want to do?
Silka looks up. Yeah, I think it's time to get out of this rain.
All right, sure.
Grim. Grim. At this distance, standing closer to Vasilka, there's something very familiar about her eyes.
Familiar in what way?
Seems like you know those eyes.
Those eyes. Are those my grand's eyes?
You think back to that weird illusion you found in the crypt where you found your grandmother's body with no eyes.
Oh no.
And now you're wondering, But anyway, they start to make their way to the entryway.
We'll come to that bridge when we cross it, I guess.
I'm with him. I hang out with him. I will lead the way in, of course.
Cool.
When they get into this section, I will go to the other section, imagining that they're going to get ready.
Yes. You hear the abbot's voice, but I'll just be on the other side of this door, Vasilka, whenever you're presentable.
I want to try to catch Rogar's attention.
I have a very low passive perception. I probably don't even notice. What?
I just look at the abbot.
I stare at Grim with a face of, yeah, we know. And just kind of like shrug at it like, here we are. I mean, I don't know what you want me to do. Go back to scanning the room, making sure nothing's full sprinting at us.
Seems pretty quiet in the castle. All you hear is the outside rain and lightning. Or thunder. You hear the thunder. You see the lightning flashes.
Miss, do you mind staying in there with Vasilka?
I can stay with her till it's time to escort her.
Thank you.
She gets ready. It takes about 5 minutes.
That's how you know you're playing a fantasy game.
She's a golem.
True.
Time passes. She looks to you, Mist, like, are we ready?
Let's wait a moment. I think we're waiting before I can escort you. Waiting for a sign to come in.
We're just waiting for you to come through the door. We're all on the
Oh,
other side. You're with her while she changes.
Okay. Oh, okay. Then I'll just bring her in.
I bet that
How
wedding
do I
dress
look?
is covered in black hair.
How do I look?
Great. Marvelous. Great. It suits your figure.
Thank you. I'm excited for my big day.
You know Rogar designed your dress.
You have a good eye for design.
Well, since you guys reminded me, are we heading to a balcony?
Let's head towards a balcony.
What direction is that?
Didn't we go get to a balcony at one point that like had some dude in a room behind the balcony before we went into like the weird guy with the rope also? Like that room was connected.
I mean, we need to stay on this side of the castle, so we probably need to take the stairs to our left.
Okay.
Because it needs to be overlooking Barovia,
Yes.
correct? So it'd be in front of the castle looking out towards Barovia. So I imagine, like, on the bottom side of this map, that's just looking at the little village of Barovia and nothing. Imagine it's frontward facing balcony. don't know. You guys took the
Do
notes.
you-
What balcony
I
do you
was gonna
think?
say, do you guys have written down exactly what it says?
Mist, you have the fortune.
All it says, oh, I've got it here. All it says is, I see a dark figure on a balcony looking down upon his tortured land with a twisted smile.
Could we
I'll-
see any massive balconies as we approach the castle?
I'll whip out my makeshift map to help.
There are, there's plenty of balconies off the side of the castle. There's a lot of balconies.
Could we
Is
see?
there like one grand balcony that we've seen, like in the front of the castle? We
Not
ride
in
up.
the front of the castle. Nothing that screams like this is the one.
We saw Strahd standing on a balcony.
Mm-hmm. It was like the
Probably.
first time we came here.
Oh, which one was that? Because that would have been on the front side. That front left was that front right. There's not a center one. What, I guess, like, side was he standing on?
And you also know, I mean, it's up on a mountain, so I mean, any direction of this castle is looking at different parts of the land. So you don't know, you can't know specifically front, back, side.
Which
Saying you don't know that for sure.
It likely wouldn't be the back turrets, because it's like that just goes.
That's what I'm saying. Like, we're imagining the front of the castle being where we've always come in.
Yeah.
So we want to stay on that side, I'm assuming, because that's overlooking most of Barovia. If we go to any of the other sides, you're not looking at that much. I imagine the front balcony is what is overlooking.
Now, we were on the top of the castle, were we not? And there was the tower with the crystal heart that seemed to go upwards.
Yeah.
That, in my mind, is the tallest spire. That would likely be where we need to go.
Yeah, but I don't think that's a balcony.
Well, there might be a balcony up there.
Which way is like his little thundercloud place he was staring off at? Is that also facing west?
That is, yeah, it's west. I just can't remember if it was southwest. I think it's southwest.
Do you have an image of the front of this castle?
Yeah, I was gonna ask
Does
that
it
too.
come with this module? Like,
Let me look. It might.
Can you show us what this house looks like? Should we flip it or not?
I'm gonna break down these walls, open up this space a little bit, give it a more open floor plan.
I'm pretty sure all that water damage in the basement's going to be a no-go.
But that man cave, though, it's solid.
Oh, here we go.
There's a map.
Oh.
That's handy.
Let me see if there's another one.
Out.
Oh, so this looks like a big
So on
balcony.
on map 1,
Yeah.
Mhm.
the spire that's got the little cone at the top, is that the one with the crystal heart floating in it, or is it the leftmost turret spire?
It's the right one. Because that's the big circle stairs that are on our map. And that would be that section. Because we've came in the direction of map 1. I mean, if I was looking at this and guessing, I would say where that red section is on map 1, where the doors kind of open up. That's a balcony. That would be overlooking
So
the most of Barovia.
That's what I
Yeah,
thought
'cause-
too.
Because that spire doesn't look like it had any. Yeah, there's no balcony.
Because in map 2, we can see, like, where the heart thing is. Like, that's that section. That little circle that's open up top where the bridge was, where I got blown off of it and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so that's the outdoor area over there.
Map 6 is where and that's the ceiling that you were on when you got blown off.
Maps. Okay.
Oh,
You were
so when
on
you got
that.
blocked, so that's below where we accessed the crystal spire.
That's the roof that I landed on, which
Yes.
is below the circle area on map 2. That little open top circle cap.
Yeah.
Because that's where we walked up, like the stairs that go down to the dungeon that we've taken multiple times. If you go up those, it takes you to that. And then you can walk across the circle area, across the bridge to the big staircase where the Crystal Heart was.
Right. So is that the balcony area that's attached to like the library area, right?
Library area. That
think
is
so.
map 5.
Yeah, I think that is attached. I think the dungeon staircase is what attaches to that library. I think.
Yeah. Yeah. Looks like from map 5 that would be part of that.
So it's either the big circle balcony, because that could overlook a lot of sections, because that looks like that's also facing front, and then there's whatever that red section is with the doors above the entryway. Would we spent a bunch of time on the pillar that's the open top circle area. Would we consider that a balcony? Like, from a, like, does it appear as a balcony? Is there railing and shit? Because when you say balcony, I imagine like railed off, like you walk out to it balcony. That more looks like a platform that works as like a transfer passage. I don't know if that would be considered a balcony.
I'd consider it a balcony, but to me, a balcony is just any area that you're standing at the edge of something.
Crystals in the basement. Do any of them, can somebody put that up? Where all those take us?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and throw those in there.
You got it, Sam?
Yeah.
Or coffin, Master's Pride, magic.
Thing in orange.
That's gonna take us to the very
Yeah.
top. We took that one already, right?
So I'm
Oh, we
looking
could
at map.
see down though, right?
I'm looking at map 5 right now, and I can see the library and everything that attached to it. So the stairs that we took to get down from the library, we can take those to get up, and there's like 5 different doors that'll get us to that balcony.
I think that's right.
So all we have to do is get back to that library area, and we can go to any of the exterior doors, and that should take us there.
I mean, we can just take the dungeon staircase up, because that exited out on that balcony plateau thing. If that's where we're thinking we go.
Yeah.
We want to try that.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
And
Yeah.
my memory is correct, right? That the prison staircase takes us directly up to that open circle balcony that connects by the narrow bridge to where the crystal was, right? Because we fought a vampire spawn there.
Yes. There's like 3 different ways to get to that dungeon. I believe you're correct. That center,
So-
the big center circular one.
This one here takes us up to where the crystal is.
Let
Yeah.
me get back to that map. I'm not looking at where you're looking at.
But we want to be below the crystal.
The
There was
crystal,
a door along that path
yes.
that we didn't take, though.
but this will take us up to that circle balcony that connects to where the crystal was.
Yes, that
Okay.
should be correct.
Yeah, so we should take this staircase, go up to the top, where it ends at the balcony that's the open stone thing, and that connects to the Crystal Heart. I don't want to go through the Crystal Heart one because we fought vampire spawn that were hiding in there. There could be 1.5 million more of them.
Right.
But we've taken the dungeon stairs infinity times.
Let's just go up the stairs.
Yeah,
The stairs that you're talking about goes
yeah.
all the way to where you fought that rug and that painting. And then there's another staircase that continues up. So yes, you're correct.
Okay.
We want to take this one.
We want to take the dungeon one because we've cleared that multiple times.
I don't think this one connects to the area we're wanting to go to.
It does.
If I'm interpreting map 5 right, it doesn't look like it opens here, but this one does look like it opens to that level.
That goes to the crystal and then continues up past the crystal. The dungeon staircase takes us right to that platform. That's the top of the dungeon staircase. Because that was the first time we got up there and then witnessed the crystal, because we walked out of there into the big staircase.
Okay.
I don't want to walk up the big staircase, because like I said, we fought vampires spawn in there, and there could be more. But the dungeon staircase we cleared.
That's the case.
Actually, Trey, that one does not lead to the Crystal Heart. Not directly. There's another big round staircase.
This one doesn't?
You guys... There's a bigger round staircase that you guys didn't actually go all the way down.
No, I think we came from the top on that one, and then we ran into it taking the dungeon stairs before. We've never gone down those stairs.
The heart, you fought a bunch of stuff, and then you left. Those staircases continued down, but you never went down that way, you never went up that way. So, I'll just tell you, since like it's over here in this black area, that leads up to the heart, but you haven't gone that way ever. This leads up.
Yeah.
But it's a separate spire.
But the dungeon staircase leads us through the rug and painting room that will take us to that platform.
Correct.
Taking the dungeon staircase. That is the way we know to get there.
Okay. I'm just moving these people over so I can copy and paste them, because you guys are already on all these other maps.
We'll go up. We'll go through the little study room. There was the other door in that little hallway where we fought, where that guy was.
Alright, so you go upstairs, and you're here. Oh, I need to move you. I just moved myself. You know that this is the room with the weird old man who is chained.
Mm-hmm.
You continue up to map 5. I'm just showing you in case something triggers and you want to like hop off and do something else, just in case.
Sure.
You're there, you know this is the room with the library, where you found Gertruda, all that good stuff. Keep going up.
No, we want to stay on this floor. We don't want to keep going up.
You do want to stay on this floor?
We want to keep going up.
No, this is the floor to access the balcony out here. If we keep going up, we'll be above that. Because this area right here is the red roofed floor.
Yeah, the balcony that we're trying to go to is above that. Because I got blown off of that onto the red roof.
Yeah, I thought this is the balcony that overlooks the lands right here. This black area that we can't see, like this, you can walk all the way to the front of the castle and there's like an overlook. If we go higher, we're just going to a castle turret. Then.
So I think this is the balcony that was red on the other map, like the lower one. Right? So if we're looking at the castle map, map 1, that red section right above the entry door.
Mm-hmm.
That's where we'd be walking out to, is that balcony.
It looks like we're too high if these little turrets, or not turrets, whatever guard stations are.
I mean,
Those are above.
We were in Gertruda's room. Was there a balcony entrance in her room?
It looks like there might be a door right here.
There are windows. There's windows.
But we go look out those windows real quick and just see like what level we're at, so we can see down them.
If we break off the path at all, We have a
Okay.
threat for combat.
True. Okay.
That's
True.
why I'm saying, like, are we trying to get to the red roof section on map 1, or do we want to go to that little circle area that's just right above it, like top right?
My thoughts, I think this is the floor. Because he kept Gertrude close, there's the library. This is like, I feel like a floor that Strahd would look to walk, because you can walk all the way around the perimeter of this wall, and there's like a little overlook. I think it'd be worth at least going in here and peeking through this window if that's what this is. Because we know these rooms are pretty much clear and safe.
Yeah. I agree with Grim.
If it doesn't look like there's anything, then we can keep proceeding upwards.
I mean, this door here we haven't been through, so we don't know what's on the other side
True,
of this.
there's one door that's unknown, but
It looks like a tiny hallway, hopefully. So, just for like servants to go in and out for dinner.
I will go check it. You all chill here. I will go through this door.
Okay.
Into that area.
flying snakes. Room of flying snakes.
I can check for traps before you go through the door, also.
You checking for traps?
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll investigation.
$15.
Seems good.
Open it up, check the floor, make sure the floor is actually there.
Ting ting. Yep, it's a real floor.
Okay, making sure. Looking for holes on the side of the walls, no dumb dart traps.
You don't see anything. A door of delicately engraved steel stands at the west end of this short, dark hallway. Intricate details stand out clearly on the door's surface. The door seems to shine with a light of its own, untouched by time. Flanking the door are two alcoves in shadow. A dark, vaguely man-shaped figure stands in each.
Well, that's not a good sign.
Oh, fuck.
Maybe we should just go up. Like, it's one tiny hallway. What could it be?
If we go up to the circle balcony that I was talking about before, we can tie a rope off and climb down to this ledge.
Well, if we go up there and it's a bust, we can just come back down the stairs and get back to this floor and
Yeah.
press on.
You hear
Or if we
you hear something drop doop, doop, from the alcoves, and you see something swarm, and you just see movement,
Close the door.
I'm just
and then
gonna
it goes still.
step back and close the door.
Okay.
Nope, we're sticking with the original plan. Let's go up.
Yeah, we know how to get to these stairs right here, right? Because that's how we left the library.
Yeah, you've been up there.
If our first plan is a bust, if we can make it to this set of stairs, we can maybe get to the outside.
I'd rather just see how far the drop is because I fell off of it and took like a d6 damage, so I don't think it's that far. We just tie rope off, climb down a
I could-
balcony.
Probably shuttle the other two down if we need to. I could
Yeah,
just
we'll-
climb up and down it.
We'll just have to be cautious about it in case if it's super windy, one of us falls and takes damage.
I mean, Ori's just chilling up there, and we'll meet up right there.
Yeah.
Let's go up.
Continuing up.
This is where we fought the
You-
painting in the rug. Crap
That was
around.
Finish the familiar. You see the familiar damaged rug. You see the broken painting, and then you see these stairs that continue up in a different set.
Was a weird trap in here. I don't know if it's reactivated, but I will navigate everybody around where that was. There was something weird and was on the ground.
There was, wasn't there? I think it was.
like a trap door that we didn't go in, or
There was a door. You guys did find a door, but you didn't find like a pressure plate. You didn't like set anything off with it. You did find a door.
Let's just keep going up to the circle balcony.
it'd be funny if all we had to do was cast the orange stone in and it took us right where we needed to.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
That brings you here, where you found a room of cats and one weird witchy woman, but you didn't venture too far into it. You kept going up. If you continue to do that, you will get to this level
Yeah.
in the middle, and that is where you fell off.
Yeah. This was the balcony I was referring to.
So this right here should theoretically be that spire that's got the cone roof on it,
Yes.
and there's no.
Oh, there's no way
door.
to get into it from here. No, it's like its own separate column that's just attached. You got to find a different way to get into it.
So me leading the way up here. Strahd up here, chilling. Do I see him anywhere? Hey, buddy.
You don't see him. You don't see anyone. And it's actually eerily quiet in the castle.
Did we get a spyglass? One of us got a spyglass.
Sounds familiar. I don't
Might have
remember.
been when I got the egg.
It was. I think it was Grim.
Okay. If I got that spyglass, I'm gonna pop that out. I'm gonna look at that cone spire and see if there's any like balconies on the outside of it or any windows up there.
Okay. Let me see. Mhm. That spire is all stone. You don't see
Yep.
windows. You don't see ledges. It's a smooth
Okay.
tower.
If that's the case, based on the information, is this turret wall like super high, or can I look through these gaps?
Where are you looking?
Like this turret wall right here?
You can
Assuming-
look over. I'd say like the lower parts probably like come to your
Okay.
hip or your belly button.
I want to go up to this and look down here at that red roof section and along the outside of it and see if I see any figures on that wall.
Roll a perception check. You scan. You think you see something shift. Then you think you see something else shift out of the corner of your eye. And then you catch what appears to be a humanoid. Just scuttling around. Not standing in one place. And as you notice that one, you see another shift out of the corner of your eye. Seems like there might be multiple figures running around on this rooftop at random times.
Okay. That's on top of the red roof. I'm seeing this.
Yes.
What about like on the wall? Because there's like a ledge, right, that goes outside that red roof section.
Yeah, the south side of this circle. Does
Yeah,
that
is
drop
there
straight
any-
down to the balcony?
Let me double check that. That does drop straight down to the roof. It's pretty far. I don't remember how far I said it was whenever you fell off. Now I'm thinking it was wrong. Oh no. It doesn't make any sense.
Can I take a look over the edge at just the rest of the castle, trying to see if I can see a dude just standing around somewhere?
Sure.
I mean, you could just walk up that tower that's next to us, have an overlook of the whole castle if you wanted to.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll climb up just high enough so I can get a good view of everything.
See if you can find a fucking balcony.
You are 60 feet from the roof. By the way, at this tower, at this level. So yeah, all those figures you're seeing, they definitely look humanoid, Grim, but you can't make out. It's Strahd specifically. Jason, you run up the cone. And you get on top like Spider-Man. Roll a perception check. 15's not bad. Let me look at something.
And that's kind of looking at all the balconies and any type of overlook that might overlook stuff.
Sure, yeah, because you're at the highest point, so you are just doing a full 360 scan. I mean, there's one full balcony that circles around like the middle of the castle, the one that you're looking down on that's just below the red roof. There's another on the other side of the castle. There is an overlook at the back of the castle, on the ground floor, kind of outside the castle. And with a strike of lightning, you can swear you can see a figure standing there. It's really small and it's really far away because you're really high up.
Does it look like it's chittering around, or is it just staying in one's place?
So, "15's not bad, but you're super far away."
Is the balcony he's looking at on the back, like, over a cliff or something?
Yes.
Okay, that makes more sense to me. I was like,
Now,
the
if you're
fuck
looking-
overlooking Barovia and he's just on the ground.
Yeah,
If you're looking at map 2,
Okay.
or even, yeah, the very back, there's like this overlook over the mountain.
That's like the same level as the roundabout balcony, though, right?
No, it's on the ground.
On
It's
the-
just the back of the castle. Like, if you just walked around the castle.
We walked through the center portion on the very first map when we entered this. When we went into, like, the main room straight through, like, if instead of going to this dungeon staircase, if we were to walk straight through how we get to the big circle staircase. Were there doors back there or some shit? Can't see the map right now, so I just don't know.
this map is so messed up. Like, it makes absolutely no sense. The more and more I look at it, the more nothing matches up.
Dude, yeah.
You looking for like if there are doors
Oh
here?
yeah, the church, yeah. So
There was no door that led out from here.
but that's where Jason is saying this balcony is.
Yeah. It'd be like outside. Yeah.
What the fuck?
So we just have to walk around the house. He's just on his backyard patio, basically.
Possibly.
I mean, do we try
If
to
that is indeed him.
go back down and look for a secret door that goes out to that?
I could use my wand of secret.
Like approaching the castle, like there's room on the ground to walk around the castle.
So we could just go outside and curve around the castle to get to it.
Yeah.
You guys just never walked around the castle.
Well, let's just go walk around. He might have like a pergola with flowers on it, ready to have a wedding.
Fuck this. Let's go.
I go ahead and mention that all the figures I saw on the roof crawl around.
Yeah,
So
that
stay close, probably to
sucks.
the wall, so they don't see us walking around in the open.
Well, I would have rather gone, like, in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that there's a way to get to this area through the inside.
We might want to.
Yeah, because all this stuff here, this is just open courtyard that you can walk through.
Yeah.
Man, I wish I had,
This-
like,
this
clairvoyance or
balcony-
something.
Yeah. This balcony is like up above.
Did we find
weird
the typewriter? Do we have spare ink ribbons? Because like, I feel like we need to make a game save.
Alright, outside and walk around. Our
All right.
plan. We go back the way we came. Around. When we get to the point of being outside, I will stay with the golem lady. Just hold my shield over it. Because it's raining.
How much time have we burned exploring?
Not too much because you pretty much knew where you were going. You just ran up a bunch of stairs, looked around. 30 minutes.
30
Maybe.
Okay.
Go down, wrap around.
Going south
Sure.
or north.
Somebody flip
It
a
looks-
coin.
It looks like it looks like if we go south, there's like maybe a wall. Oh, it looks like there's a door though.
Like, north is a wall.
Oh, I thought south had the
Are
wall.
you talking about these?
Just looking at map 2. Yeah.
So there's balconies so the court. It's weird. It's set up to where like it's almost like the castle goes above the courtyard in a way, and it's like built up above it. It's like all these walls you're seeing are just balconies, and there's bridges that you can walk underneath.
Okay. Either way, somebody
Like
flip a
for-
coin.
We'll
Pick a
go
way.
this way.
Like for example, if you go that way and you see this, that's not a wall. That's a bridge you can walk under.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I say we go this way.
Okay, we're going that way.
All right.
I'm holding the
can
shield
lead.
above the lady.
Okay.
I can lead and stealth ahead if you want.
1, 2. Point.
Okay.
Singled out.
So you get to this. This is a gate. Not a bridge, a gate. So similar. A massive wall juts out to connect the outer walls of the castle with the keep. A 20-foot wide, 20-foot tall archway offers passage through the connecting wall, but is blocked by a rusting iron portcullis.
Make it for traps and thieves' tool it if it needs to be unlocked.
It does appear to be locked.
I check for traps first.
Wow, what a roll.
It is definitely not trapped. You've never been so certain about anything in your life.
Neat.
With a 25 investigation.
$17 for thieves'
And
tool.
with the 17 with the thieves' tools, you get in there like pro. I couldn't think of a famous thief at the moment, and you were able to open the gate.
Does it sound like Godzilla when we open
You did.
it? Ah, yes.
A giant moth appears out of nowhere.
No! And it leads
That-
to more open space. You continue on around the corner, I assume.
Yep.
Same type of situation, but this time the gate is not locked. It's a smaller gate. You're able to go through. And so do. And so do. This doesn't make any sense. Pushing on. At the back of the keep, behind towering buttresses and tall, boarded-up stained glass windows, a small garden struggles to survive. Small flowers press skyward against the gloom. A pair of large iron gates blocks the way to some kind of overlook.
I got a gate's right here.
Yep,
Is it like a solid gate or like bar gate?
it's barred, and as you're looking through the barred gate... No, go back.
Oh, sorry. I was just. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to move myself beforehand. I was like dragging stuff around. So,
As you
yeah,
look through, no.
that's fine.
We do indeed see a figure that looks suspiciously like our own Count Strahd Zarovich.
I start drinking my potions.
Wearing a different cloak that you remember. Just his back turned to you, looking over, looking out.
We all see this or just missed?
You probably all spot this at this point. She notices it first. It's pretty dark, just because it's raining and cloudy.
I'd like to do something. I'd like to do Armor of Agathis and then use Rod of Packkeeper to get a spell slot back.
I'm just drinking the heroism one because it lasts an hour. I will wait to drink the invulnerability since it only lasts a minute, since we do want to still present the bride.
Sure.
Heroism was the one we all got, right?
Yes.
Drinking mine as well.
Cool.
Yep,
have my-
same.
I have my invulnerability one ready, just shaking in my paws. Hand on sword.
What do we get from the Heroism one?
You
Um,
get
10
the
temp HP.
benefits,
And then bless for an hour.
Is it-
but
A 10 temp HP?
your temp HP doesn't stack, so you could take the
Oh,
10 or you can take the 6 from the hero's feast.
Well, the Hero's Feast isn't temp. It raises our.
That's right. I
Mhm.
keep forgetting that.
But
Yeah, so you're good.
I do get temp HP from False Life, and it's much lower than that. So I'm gonna take
Yeah, you can do that.
I'll take the hero one then.
And you get the benefits of the bless, I believe, as
Mhm.
well.
And bless is for attack rolls and saving throws, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Cool.
And we get what? 10 feet away from you, plus 10 or plus 5 saving throws? Rogar?
You'll get +5 if you're within 10 feet of me, so you have to be very close.
Okay.
But if we're seeing this and all this is going down, I will lead the way to the balcony.
Okay. The gates are closed.
I'll open them if they're not locked.
You go to push on them, and they are not locked. And as they open, they squeal so loud, louder than Godzilla. I don't want to try to make the noise.
I mean, I'm louder than Godzilla, so it's fine.
True.
I'll take a step back for Rogar to be in front of me.
The gates open. Strahd turns slowly.
So, buddy.
You see now he's got a pretty gnarly sword at his hip. and some a neat looking robe on. Good afternoon.
We brought you something. And I do really hope this breaks your curse.
Very well.
I kind of turn to the side and motion the abbot and the golem thing through. And I'll walk up with them. They see.
No, not Grim. I don't want Grim.
Grimcast darkness. Fog cloud. Everything.
Squidding! Ah!
He's squidding again.
Just Zoidberg away.
I was just thinking, I was like, you're just Zoidberg.
My lord, I present to you humbly an offering. I know the condition of this terrible curse that you're under, and believe that the Morning Lord has found a way to rid you of your curse. I know how much Tatiana meant to you. Well, I believe I have found you a suitable bride that would make you forget all your troubles and your heartache. Strahd approaches. The Morning Lord has seen fit to grant me mercy. I believe he has.
No!
That voice caught me off guard.
Get that
It's
going
hard
out
to
of my
jump.
face.
It's hard to jump in between.
The abbot turned Jamaican all of a sudden.
And what makes this woman so special? It looks as though you've pieced her together with body parts. She does not even seem real. Is this a joke? No, no joke, Strahd. The Morning Lord thinks you suffered enough and believes that happiness and true love will break the curse.
Eagle powers.
And what is your name, my lady? Basilka, my lord. She goes to bow. As she bows, he takes out his sword and goes to chop her head off. With swift speed.
This may be why you're not in a relationship.
Shite roll, buddy. Too many windows. He goes to decapitate the golem, and she, with ridiculous speed, moves in such a way the sword hits. She moves, twists unnaturally as the sword hits her in the shoulder and collarbone, and cuts across. And with this cut that's made, there is this weird green light shining out of her body.
Is it reminiscent of the seeds?
It is reminiscent of the seeds. And that is where we're going to pick up next time.
We just find the missing seed?
Maybe.
Seems like it.
But now it's like, it's probably like gross. I don't want to make wine out of that seed anymore.
Nice cliffhanger.
Does
Almost
he
literally.
like? Does
Your mic's off, Sam.
I wish we didn't have plans. I want to keep playing. I want to just do it.
Are we taking a week off again? You got plans?
No!
No?
I think she means today.
Oh,
They got
okay.
We're going to
I
that
meant
show
today. I meant
tonight.
today.
Gotcha.
Dude, the fight's gonna be absolutely ridiculous. It's gonna take forever
Can we
with
make
all of
this
our buffs.
a Saturday night
I
instead?
don't think I can do Saturday night.
Okay.
You've just unlocked day drinking.
But no, I should still be good for next Sunday. I don't have rehearsal or anything like that. I don't think so.
I'll drink beers in the morning if we're about to fight Strahd. I think I'll need them.
Okay, outside of all of this, does Strahd just seem disrespected at this dude and doesn't like him? Does he seem mad at us? Like, what? Like, he reacted quickly and attacked her. Giving off any sort of, like, emotion or anything like that? Or is he just, like, stone cold, I'm gonna decapitate this thing?
Roll an insight check.
Can I help him? I was thinking the same thing.
Sure. You can each roll, or if someone wants to take advantage.
You can roll as well, Jason.
Both of you, he doesn't give off a lot of emotion. Not really. He is an arrogant, emotionless, just egotistical. This is like he's firm in his beliefs that he's gonna get Irina. Irina is Tatiana, and Tatiana is the one for him. This gesture from the Morning Lord of all deities, the audacity. Fuck this and fuck you. Is more of just like spitting into someone's hand as they're trying to shake it type of thing.
Okay.
And I'll say, I mean, he didn't look happy to see you guys, but he wasn't worried either. But
I mean, sure, he's
Seeing
gonna
that
get
he's-
fucked on. He's fine.
seeing that he's got a big sword and like what you assume is like a new magical cloak, I feel like maybe he's prepared for this. But yeah, next session might be the last session of the campaign, y'all.
The final showdown.
I feel like it was shorter than I anticipated it. Hopefully, it wasn't too short for you guys.
The
But
campaign?
you guys,
No, it's felt like a long campaign.
cool.
Mhm.
It's been
I mean,
fun.
You guys, that's good. You guys, I mean, you've been like, kicking its ass. That's D&D, baby.
That's D&D.
Oh.
All right,
Next time,
next
the
week.
fight with Strahd.
Gonna beat his ass in his new school clothes.
See how we survive. Until next time, internet. Get ready for the final showdown.
Goodbye.
Ding, ding.